Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice Oversight will come to order. Today is November 18th, 2024, and want to welcome back to the Capitol our committee members, our staff who have been working hard to put our committee together these next 2 days, and welcome to the conferees and those attending online on WebEx and those following along online. So if we could first have those who are attending as committee members on WebEx take a moment to announce your presence. I'm not hearing anyone, so that means we have no members attending on WebEx at this time. We are a busy legislature. Our work continues today as well. We do have at least 2 other committees meeting today in the Capitol. So that's why some of our committee members are not in this committee meeting, but in a different one today. So we wish them a good committee meeting where they are today as well. And I want to announce that we will, as a committee, not have a meeting on Wednesday, but we will have an opportunity to tour the Johnson County Juvenile Services, including the Juvenile Detention Facility, the Youth Crisis Stabilization Center, and we will start at 9:30 a.m. in the morning and at the Juvenile Detention Facility. Committee members can see last week's email for directions. I want to reiterate that the tour is not a committee meeting, so we will not be conducting committee business on the tour, and we will have the revisers at this meeting today and again at the start of the tour on Wednesday remind us that we need to take care of the discussions we have and the questions we ask on the tour, that we not have the tour become a committee meeting. So we will be aware of that. And the thought is that we will take the tours, and then in our regular session starting in January, the Senate Judiciary Committee, the House Judiciary Committee, the House Committee on Corrections, some other standing committees during regular session, will have the opportunity to have the tour guides, the persons representing those facilities, come and answer questions and make a presentation to committees. So look forward to that as well. So with that, again, thank you everyone for being here, and want to try our best to keep us on schedule these next 2 days and ask for, first of all, an overview of COMA and CORA from the Office of Revisers of Statutes, and want to welcome Mr. Jason Thompson. It's been too long, Mr. Thompson, to the podium. Please introduce yourself and welcome back to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jason Thompson, Office of Reviser of Statutes. I will try to keep you ahead of schedule. I don't need 10 minutes unless you have way more questions than I'm prepared for. Very briefly, you have the memo, the standard memo now from our office in front of you. Just a reminder that this committee is subject to the Open Meetings Act. You've done your notice requirements for this meeting, research, made sure that that was given out. So everything is great so far. You know that the meetings need to be open to the public, so we have a room here, everyone can come in. You've even added to that by allowing access in other ways, which is wonderful and aids in your transparency efforts. But the fact that we have a room here and everyone can come in and see what you're doing and the discussion that you're having, that is part of the Open Meetings Act compliance. I'll briefly remind you that the meeting a meeting happens when you have a majority of members. So on your tour, for example, if you don't have a majority, you don't have a meeting. So you've got a little more leeway there. But if a majority of you are on the tour, someone from our office and the chairperson will of course be reminding you, don't discuss the business of the committee. You're just gathering information, you're going on the tour, and then you'll come back to a public meeting sometime later, and then you'll have that discussion and potentially make recommendations for action or funding or anything else. So just do like you normally do on tours. I've been on many. You guys are very good at it. Just don't have a meeting, and I have faith that you won't. The other thing is the serial communications. We always like to remind you of that. If you start discussing amongst yourselves and suddenly a majority of you are involved in a string of discussions, you may have created a meeting, and we've got some potential issues there. So just try to limit your discussions amongst yourselves so you don't create a serial meeting. And that goes for after the tour as well, or even after today's meeting. So just keep that in mind. The business needs to be done in a meeting of the body and have notice and public opportunity to see what you're doing. And the last thing I'll say is just a brief reminder about the Open Records Act. Of course, the legislature is generally subject to the Open Records Act. There are a number of exceptions for your personal legislative records, but the committee records, everything we have in front of us today is public information. It's widely available. And if you have any specific open records requests or concerns, please ask us. We're the ones who advise legislative administrative services when we get one for the legislature and determine what is public and what might have an exception and doesn't need to be disclosed and all of that. So just a brief reminder about that. Reach out to us if you get an open records request, and reach out to us if you have any open meetings concerns. And same goes for anybody else. That's one of the roles of our office, is to keep you compliant with your legal obligations. So be happy to answer any questions or just let you move on with the meeting.
We appreciate that, Jason, and the update on COMA and CORA. Committee, any questions for Mr. Thompson? Yes, Representative Carlin.
Thank you. Jason, so how many are on this committee and what number represents that? Do we all have to be present for that number? I mean, I've worked with this issue for many years, but in a committee like this, it's a little different. Thank you.
Madam Chair and Representative, so it's a majority of the voting members. That's what makes a meeting, so a majority of you. And I forgot how many are on this committee. I was just looking around.
14, so
14
8
now.
would be a quorum.
So if you have 7 of you, that's, that it's actually 8. But, if there are 7 of you, I'd be nervous. I'd tell you to, because that only takes one person to go talk to another person, and then you've got 8 involved, right? That's serial meeting issue. So just watch your numbers, make sure you're doing your business in public like this. And I know you all do a great job of it. It's just a reminder. But it's a great question.
Absolutely. Committee, other questions? Not seeing any, then thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. Appreciate that. So now we'll turn to our presentations from our conferees. And first, we're going to hear a couple of 4 presentations in this next segment we have before our noon anticipated break for lunch, which will be offered here in the committee meeting room for committee members and for staff as well. So we're going to have presentations on probation, post-release, parole supervision, and funding mechanisms. And we'll first invite to the podium then Mr. Randy Regehr, President, Kansas Community Corrections Association. So please make sure your microphone is on. We often have that difficulty. And please introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Randy Regehr. I'm the Director of Reno County Community Corrections and the President of the Kansas Community Corrections Association. Thank you for the time to speak this morning. You can go ahead and move to the next slide. Perfect, thanks. I always like to start with this overview of the field services structure in Kansas. I know you've all seen this before, but I think it's a good quick reminder of the way field supervision is structured in Kansas. Court services is under the Office of Judicial Administration, and they supervise misdemeanor and low to moderate risk felony probation. Community corrections supervises moderate to high risk felony probation. This includes people who are presumptive prison at sentencing but receive a departure. State parole does post-release supervision and incoming felony interstate compact supervision. You can go to the next slide. Thanks. Court services staff are state employees, and they are paid based on the state's pay scale. However, all other operations expenses are paid for by the counties. This includes things like rent for their office space, the furniture they use, their office supplies and computer equipment, among other things. Their policies and procedures are created and governed by OJA. State parole staff are also state employees, and again, their pay is set according to the state's pay scale. But unlike court services, all their costs are paid for by the state. The Department of Corrections pays for everything for parole across the state. The Department of Corrections also sets their policies and procedures. Community corrections staff are all county employees, and each agency has their wages set by their county. Agencies or staff are funded with state general fund dollars by grants through the Department of Corrections. So the money comes to the counties from the Department of Corrections, but then the counties administer the funds to pay for personnel as well as most other agency expenses. Counties contribute to community corrections through in-kind services like HR and IT services, and a good number of counties also provide financial assistance to the agencies. Counties like Johnson and Sedgwick provide the majority of the money for agency operations, but other smaller counties contribute money to support the agencies as well. Each county is also governed by an advisory board and their county commissioners. These boards have to approve their policies and procedures. They are involved in setting agency goals and determining how grant funds are spent. The Department of Corrections sets out standards for community corrections agencies, but the local boards determine how these standards are carried out. This means the people in your communities are deciding how felony probationers will be supervised rather than someone in Topeka. Our advisory boards are required to include law enforcement, the district or county attorney, judges, and other community partners. These people live in our communities, they know the strengths and weaknesses of the community, and are invested in keeping the community safe. Even though court services, community corrections, and parole have their differences, they work well together and have similarities. Even prior to the 2020 Senate Bill 408 changes to dual supervision, agencies across the state work together to supervise people assigned to multiple forms of supervision. Officers work together to meet with clients to minimize any inconvenience of reporting to multiple offices. Officers work together to make contacts with people on probation or on parole in the community. We have and continue to share information, drug testing results, and supervision responsibilities to make it easier for people on supervision. Some agencies share programming for clients, and in smaller jurisdictions, agencies share office space to save the state money. Let me just go over a brief history of the field supervision. Starting out with parole. Starting back in 1973, the supervision of people on probation and parole moved from the Kansas Adult Authority to the Secretary of Corrections. Then in 1979, over 35 probation officers and supervision of 1,400 felony probationers was transferred from the Department of Corrections to OJA. This change in 1979 placed all community probation supervision under court services. Several years later, in 1983, court services created standardized job duties and expectations for its officers. Community corrections was created in 1979 to reduce prison admissions and to push off the need to build more prisons. At first, just a few counties provided this option, but then in 1989, Senate Bill 49 mandated it for all counties. Since that time, the state has funded community corrections agencies, but the administration of those funds and agency operations have remained under the control of local boards. At the heart of the Community Corrections Act was the goal of saving the state money. Community corrections was created to avoid the high cost of expanding and building new prison facilities by reducing the number of people being sent to prison. To reduce these costs, the act created more intense, structured form of supervision for the higher risk probationers. It provided an option for the courts for sentencing people who they thought might be able to be successful in the community even though they were higher risk or had a very lengthy criminal history. These were the people who the courts didn't believe were appropriate for standard probation supervision, but who, with the right amount of supervision and interventions, could avoid prison. One other significant legislative change to mention was within juvenile justice. The Juvenile Justice Authority was created in 1979. It was responsible for intake and assessment and juvenile supervision in the community. These services were transferred to the Department of Corrections by executive order in 2013. The work of community corrections has continued to change since the 1990s. The supervision population has changed, becoming more difficult and needy. The percentage of clients addicted to substance has continued to increase, as has the percentage of people with mental illness. It's not unusual for the courts to assign people with severe mental illness to community corrections in an attempt to provide them the structure and treatment they need outside of our incarceration. When I first started with the agency in the late 1990s, we received people convicted of driving while a habitual violator. This carried a 1-year underlying prison sentence. Earlier this year, we were assigned a person convicted of attempted second-degree murder. We commonly are assigned drug distribution cases with prison sentences over 100 months. And we're currently supervising a person with a drug distribution case, which carries a 248 underlying prison sentence. We continue to adapt our methods as well. In the early years, the primary focus was on supervision. Now an officer's job focuses on addressing criminal thinking to change their behavior. I'll come back to that in a few minutes, but I wanted to hit on some other recent legislative changes first. Starting in FY 2007, Senate Bill 14 provided additional grant funding to enhance the use of evidence-based practices in community corrections. The bill renewed the focus on diverting people from prison. Each agency was required to have a minimum goal of reducing revocations by 20% or targeting medium to high-risk probationers for risk reduction efforts. Agencies used additional grant funds to train officers and provide additional behavior change interventions for people under supervision. The 2011 legislature amended the revocation goal to have each agency achieve a success rate of 75% or 3% reduction from the previous year. In 2013, House Bill 2170 was another effort to reduce revocations to prison. This bill sought to provide swift and certain sanctions for noncompliance and added sanctioning options for the courts. It also included presumptive discharges from supervision for low-risk compliant probationers. The 2019 legislature removed the prison sanctions options which were included in this bill. Most recently in 2021, House Bill 2026 created the Recovery from Addiction Funded Treatment Program. This program creates the option of felony drug diversions with Senate Bill 123 funding through the Kansas Sentencing Commission. Community corrections may provide the supervision for this program. However, we are not allowed to use KDOC grant funding for this purpose, which means agencies can't do it unless they have outside funding. Kind of moving on, I think community corrections is a great return on your investment. Community corrections is assigned offenders who are moderate to high risk. These people often have extensive criminal histories and long underlying sentences. It's the officer's job to assess the person, create a plan with the probationer to address the high-risk areas, and to provide services and referrals to address these issues. While officers refer out to mental health and substance abuse providers, it is the work of the probation officer to address criminal thinking and behavior. This is difficult work, to say the least. We're asking officers to correct years of bad training and entrenched criminal thinking and ideation. We're also asking them to ensure probationers abide by the law and don't endanger the community. As I stated, community corrections was created for cost avoidance. When community corrections was created, it provided courts a specialized option to have high-risk people supervised in the community at a fraction of the cost of incarceration. It costs the state over 10 times as much to supervise, to have someone incarcerated as it does to supervise them in the community. Costs the state over $100 per day to house someone in prison compared to less than $10 per day for supervision with community corrections. The Kansas Sentencing Commission's FY25 report, which was released in August, says that the average length of stay for a probation condition violator is 64 months in prison. This is up from only 9 months in FY19. Another advantage to community corrections is that people are moving from being a drain on the community resources to working and adding to the tax base. They're also supporting their families rather than them being on social assistance. Community corrections has a proven track record. The overall 5-year success rate is 72.6%, and during that time, we've diverted over 19,000 people from prison. And it's important to keep in mind we continue to get more difficult clients. Over a quarter of the people assigned in FY21 were presumptive prison at sentencing, according to the sentencing guidelines. Switching gears a bit, I'd like to talk about the funding methodology for community corrections. As I previously stated, community corrections is funded by grants through the Department of Corrections. KDOC determines how much funding each agency receives using statutory guidance. Here are several of the factors that are included in statute that they're required to consider. The Community Corrections Advisory Committee was created to have input in the KDOC budget planning process. The group is comprised of 6 community corrections directors from across the state. This group has been working with Deputy Secretary Milner and her staff to improve the current funding methodology. Our goal is to create a methodology that is transparent, easily explainable, and based on data. The primary factors we're focused on is an agency's overall average population of active probationers by risk level. This is the people who are actively on supervision, and by considering their risk level, we can understand the frequency of their reporting and the amount of time needed for each person. The secondary factors are the population in square miles of a district, the agency's success rate, and turnover rate. The population in square miles create some stability to funding and capture the bigger picture of what a community looks like. Success rate and turnover rates focus more on the workings of the agency. Success rates are important, but an agency's success rate depends on many factors outside of the agency's control. Our association is requesting an additional $3 million in funding for FY26 based on caseload sizes. We've been advocating for adding 51 officers statewide over a 3-year period. Last year, the legislature approved phase 1 of this process, so we're asking for $1.5 million for phase 2 of adding additional officers. The other $1.5 million is for behavioral health grant. The behavioral health grant has been at $3 million since its creation over 10 years ago. This grant pays for mental health, substance abuse, and behavior change contracts, services, interventions, as well as vouchers for treatment and services for probationers. As our association has discussed consolidation and the funding methodology, we look forward to being involved in any future discussions. The most common questions that continue to come up is, what problem are we trying to fix? Are we trying to improve the outcomes for probationers and make our community safer? Is the issue the competing pay scales between agencies and continued funding requests? Knowing what problem we're trying to solve will help us provide helpful ideas and potential solutions while staying focused on our goal of improving community safety and making state money and saving state money through diverting people from prison beds. I thank you for allowing me this time. I'm happy to stand for any questions, and I will remain here for questions at the end as well.
Thank you, Mr. Reguer. We had planned on questions at the end of the 4 presentations, but to keep the questions fresh in committee members' minds, we might spend 5 or 10 minutes now if we have a few questions. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Reguer, I think it's 20, the graph. Can you explain that a little bit more? Exactly what, by success rate, what is that measuring?
Success rate, we're comparing the people that went to prison and didn't go to prison. Just real black and white numbers. Who went to prison is a revocation. People that didn't go to prison, would be a successful completion.
That's the percent that
did not go to prison.
Did not go to prison. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Is it still considered a success if the person who went on probation and not to prison created further or committed further crimes, or how is that judged in part of the success rate?
Okay, so we're really still looking very black and white. If they went to prison, so if someone's on supervision with community corrections, they pick up a new crime, that's going to trigger a revocation process, and then it's going to be up to the district attorney or the judges to determine whether that person's supervision case is executed or whether they remain on supervision. So you could actually pick up a new felony case while on supervision. The district attorney office could do a plea agreement for you to remain on community corrections, which means you'd stay on and not get revoked at that time. And then it would depend how you continued on supervision as to whether you were revoked or successful.
I think the goal, like you had said, was, keep our communities safe as well. So always keeping an eye towards, what's that doing for the communities where those who are um, not in prison but are on probation, how they're doing. So
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why our focus has to remain on community safety.
absolutely. Thank you, Representative and Senator-elect Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for being here, Randy. I know these are some things that you've shared with us before, but just for points of clarity, I'm looking back on your slide number 5. We have court services that are state employees and state parole that are state employees. Do you know how it came about that community corrections are county employees? And does that play into the pay disparity because not every county is going to pay the same? Because it looks like from what I'm reading, sorry, a lot of questions.
Sure.
Pay scales are set by the counties, but then the state is responsible for funding that?
Yes, that's correct. So going back through that, when we look back at the creation of community corrections, what that really came from was the state legislator was looking and saying, we need another option. We want to push off building new prisons and expanding prisons. And so they were looking for another option. So in their minds at that time, they said, the people we're looking to target for supervision, court services isn't right for them. State parole is post-release. So we needed, so that's where they became with the determination to create the new department. I think then a piece of that too is just the fact that you have local control so that you have those local people making the decisions for supervision. And then, yes, that's where we kind of ended up with those people being on county pay scales and this big discrepancy on depending on where you're at and which agency you're with, what your pay rate is.
So arguably, would create more consistency if community corrections was at maybe some point in the future. And I floated this idea before, so this is nothing novel, of bringing everybody under the state banner somehow for consistency reasons, for communication reasons, for various reasons. And it seems like I could see some of the challenges, I suppose, if county by county pay scales are set differently, and then you're coming back to the state asking for more grant funds. And correct me if I'm wrong, community corrections also has some community corrections organizations have assistance from their county, some have no assistance from their county, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so seems to me a lot of inconsistency. So thank you for answering those questions, Randy, and thanks for being here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, committee. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the chart on page 20 as well, and I thought I heard you say, and I don't see it written, so that the state required somehow to go from whatever percent to 75% success. That was a bill?
Correct. So they made changes.
Am I not on the right chart? I just had that.
Correct. It's going to be an earlier chart. We're talking slide 14, and that was the 2017 Senate Bill 14. That's what initially created the 20%. They wanted revocations to be reduced by 20%. So each agency, they looked at a 1 year, their success rate, and then the following year they needed to get success rates, revocations down. The number of people revoked that year down by 20%. So if an agency had 10 people revoked, we had to get those reduced. Then in 2011, they kind of updated that. They didn't think that was quite the right fit, in my understanding. And so this is when they switched to the 75% success rate. So they wanted 75% success rate across the state. If you weren't at the 75%, they wanted a 3% increase.
And so that must have been quite a challenge. That's a big jump. So the counties had to hire more help, or how did they manage that?
It really wasn't a change for some agencies because what we're looking at is a reduction in the number. So some agencies probably were already at 75% success rate. And so it wasn't a big challenge for them. But other agencies that were below that, that's the agencies who were trying to get the 3%. So as a statewide, we're really not very far below that. And again, as you look kind of, I think you cited maybe slide 20, we're at 72.6% over 5 years. And that included COVID. So 72.6 as a state, we're pretty close to the 75%.
Thank you for for that. I just thought it was a huge request of us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Committee, any other questions? Not seeing any. If you wouldn't mind staying in the committee meeting room as we kind of get a full picture from the 4 presentations this morning, and there might be some questions that come up for you a little bit later if you have the time and availability to stay in the committee meeting room.
Yes, ma'am.
Or at least come back at the end.
Be here. Thank you.
Well, great. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Reguera. Appreciate the presentation and you being here in committee today. And want to next invite from the Office of Judicial Administration, the Chief of District Court Operations, Mr. Chris Escabel. Please make sure the microphone is on. Introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
I am Chris Escabel, Chief Court Service Officer. I used to be a Chief Court Service Officer back in the day. I'm Chief of District Court Operations for OJA. Been in this position since February. So I'm a rookie at this, so please bear with me. Chairwoman Warren and members of the Joint Committee, thank you for this opportunity to discuss court services and the supervision duties they do. Today, we want to highlight how CSOs are essential to the Kansas judicial system. To start off, I know we had to change a slide. The slides we've given you, there was one that we had to change. No problem. All right, just to give you an overview, there's 31 judicial districts, and CSOs are in all those districts. CSOs do work in all 105 counties. Typically, offices are located in the local district courthouses. There are currently 414 positions. There's 423 FTEs. 414 of those are filled. Currently today, there are 4 open for applications. A little bit about court services. They are judicial branch employees. They are paid through the judicial branch payment matrix. They report directly to their district courts. CSOs need a degree from an accredited 4-year college or university with major coursework in criminal justice, criminology, sociology, counseling, social work, or closely related fields. All CSOs must pass a ks.gov KBI fingerprint background checks, and they must go through a yearly background check to maintain their position with the state. Here are some of the duties that court services do. On the adult side, pretrial supervision. Currently, there are 28 districts where court services are involved in some type of pretrial supervision. This may include doing supervision reports for the court, doing actual supervision of defendants. Currently, there's 2,875 fiscal year supervision, 2,502 felony, 2,875 pretrial supervision reports were completed, 2,502 felony case supervised, and 380 misdemeanors were supervised in pretrial services. One of the main things court services do is the pre-sentence investigation. Court services prepares all pre-sentence investigations for the court. They're required for all felony convictions. We completed 8,178 of those for fiscal year 2024. The pre-sentence investigation helps the court in sentencing the defendant and includes info such as sentencing length, probation, recommendations, and criminal history information. For anyone that is not presumptive prison box, the CSO will also conduct a risk needs assessment on the defendant to help identify needs and proper placement for probation. For Senate Bill 123 cases, CSOs will also complete a SASE on the defendant, which is an initial drug and alcohol evaluation to help determine eligibility for Senate Bill 123 funding. The risk needs assessment we use for the adults is the LSCMI for male felony cases, and WARNA for female felony cases. An assessment is required for all PSIs that are marked as border box or presumptive probation. We also do assessments on all misdemeanor cases. In fiscal year 2024, CSOs completed 10,325 adult assessments. And we'll address those assessments in upcoming slides. CSOs also do house arrest. Court services assisted in monitoring 52 adults in fiscal year 2024 in house arrest. CSOs, another primary duty of CSOs is supervision. Court services supervise adults convicted of both misdemeanors and felony cases. Last year, that was 2,744 felonies, 7,672 misdemeanors. Misdemeanor defendants range from a very low risk client to a very high risk client. Many of the misdemeanor cases we supervise begin as felony cases and have pled down to misdemeanor offenses. For our felony adults, CSOs supervise very low to moderate risk males and low to moderate risk females. Supervision is making sure of all conditions ordered by the court are followed. Such things, but not limited to monitoring probation visits, treatment participation, drug treatment, behavioral health treatment, anger management. Court services also complete urine analysis. They monitor travel restrictions, follow up reports with the court, and submit violation reports along with recommendations to the court. CSOs also do domestic dispute resolution. In fiscal year 2024, there's 545 mediations and 1,498 supervisions. Those mediations, conciliations, and pre-coordination visits, that takes over 40 hours for a CSO to be certified to do those. And that includes the practicum they have to complete and also the case management they have to go through in order to get that certificate. Supervision of these cases consists but not limited to monitored supervised visits and exchange, treatment participation, again, substance abuse treatment, anger management, and that kind of things. They do statutory custody evaluations. They do resource assessments and co-parenting class. Not on the slides, we also have CSOs on the supervised case management for our specialty courts. Some do that in veteran treatment court, some do that in behavioral health court and drug court. On the juvenile side, CSOs also do pretrial supervision. They did 394 of those cases in fiscal year 2024. They also do predisposition investigation reports, PDIs. They're similar to the PSIs for adults, which also includes case information, criminal history, family information, school history, and other factors that are given to the court for the recommendations. Per statute, a risk needs is completed, and we use the YLS CMI that will determine supervision placement and also identifies the needs of the juvenile that will be addressed at sentencing. We did 1,150 assessments on juveniles in fiscal year 2024. Juveniles also do house arrest. They completed 161 of those supervisions in fiscal year 2024. They also do intermediate intervention and diversion, which were 1,172. Another main thing CSOs do is also the juvenile supervision of probation. Just like adults, juvenile CSOs monitor all conditions of probation ordered by the court, such things but not limited to monitoring visits, again, treatment participation, sex offender treatment, that kind of stuff, complete urine analysis, monitor travel restrictions, follow-up reports to the court, and do recommendations for the court. CSOs also perform EPICS, effective practices and community supervision on a supervised juvenile case. EPICS helps identify pro-social support in an individual's life, teaches core skills to identify risky situations, and practice these skills with the individual to help successfully manage these challenges. Also, CSOs do sync informal supervision. And we did 2,230 of those cases in fiscal year 2024. Supervision in a sync can consist of, but not limited to, participation in case plan, gather information for agencies involved in cases, coordinate services with other professionals, recommendations for courts, complete court reports, do court urine analysis, do home visits, home studies when ordered by the judge, and provide resources to the family. Talked a lot about risk assessments. Our risk and needs tools are determined by the Kansas Sentencing Commission. Completed on adults as part of the PSI process for all border box and presumptive probation cases. For juveniles, it's completed on adjudication. The risk levels used to determine supervision placement for court services and community corrections. In 6/30/2021, the statute change where we use level of services inventory. Anything prior, that's what we use for assessment. On 7/1/22, it went to a base gender where we now use the LSCMI and WARNA. All juveniles receive the youth level of services, the YLS-CMI. These assessments focus on where the risks of the defendant to reoffend. They look at criminal history, education, employment, leisure activities, companions, alcohol and drug issues, and attitudes. The WARNA also addresses issues that tend to be more specific to females, like trauma and abuse. Placement recommendations for felony females to court services is those that score low and moderate risk. The males that score low, very low, low and moderate risk go to court services also. The tools themselves do not use the same language for levels, hence the difference levels listed here. The YLS-CMI is local rule. They use a placement matrix with assessment scores. Assessment scores determines who they go to, either court services or community corrections. These are just the numbers of These are the numbers of what, how many assessments were completed in fiscal year 2023. Or 2024, I'm sorry. We did LSIR, there's 533. The LSIR SV is the short form completed on misdemeanor cases. It scores high on, if you score high on the short form, then an LSCMI or WARNA is completed. And this might be the one that you don't have in your thing, and we can give you an updated one. I apologize for that.
Committee, in our printouts, we have the fiscal year 2023 felony and juvenile assessments, and then
Yes.
presentation includes fiscal year 2024, which is why the slides look a little bit different.
And we can get you these numbers.
And the slide presentation is available online. Yes, thank you.
So again, we do the short form. And again, if they score high on the short form, then an LSCMI or WARNA is completed. While assessments do determine risk, they also show the needs of the defendant. It takes about 45 minutes to a couple hours to complete an assessment on an individual. Interviews gather information again, the CSO uses in the PSI and PDI. For instance, if a defendant has a drug abuse problem, we will refer them to drug treatment and have them follow recommendations. The goal of the assessment in Kansas is to assist determining placement for sentencing, but as an officer, it helps us to address things that an individual needs in order to be successful on supervision and help them succeed in their community. Throughout the supervision, the CSO will help the individual on those needs. As you've heard, CSOs complete many assessments on cases, which means they must go through extensive training to be certified to use those assessments. We use the University of Cincinnati Criminal Justice Institute for the LSCMI, the YLSCMI, and the Bauman Consulting Group for the WARNA. Coming in as a new CSI, you spend a lot of hours becoming certified in these assessments. It takes over 136 hours to be trained and certified in these assessments as a CSO. And this is just the hours that it takes for each one to be certified in. On top of the standard training of getting certified, you have to do a booster every year to maintain those certifications. And then we do those through the University of Cincinnati, their certified system, and then all CSOs have to go through a 4-hour WARNA booster to maintain that certification every year to use those. And then going back, I'm sorry, motivation interviewing is not mandatory, but almost all CSOs complete that. And in most districts, that's a requirement that the chief CSO has them do as a new CSO. And this slide just shows in fiscal year 2024, court services supervised 14,432 individuals, all adults, juveniles, and pretrial services. We currently use a centralized case management system. District Court uses Odyssey, which then gets pushed to Court Services Enterprise Supervision. The good thing is, as of November 4th of 2024, all districts are on the same system, which is great because this allows us to provide real-time statewide data and district data. And these are just some of the data points that we're able to use. But there are plenty of things we can pull from the new system. And this will allow us to make positive changes in how we operate and handle a case. Current things we have coming up, Court Services is currently working with the Kansas Sentencing Commission to put PSIs in their portal, the KSAT portal. It started October 1st. Court Services started putting those PSIs through their portal. That way the Kansas Sentencing Commission can pull their data to use for future reference. Also, we are working with the SAS. I referred earlier about the SASE assessment, which is a drug and alcohol evaluation we use for Senate Bill 123 eligibility. We've been working with the Kansas Sentencing Commission and KDOC. By the end of this year, all CSOs will be trained in that SASE assessment. And starting of that year, all CSOs will do the SASE assessment up front on all individuals to to determine if they're eligible for funding for Senate Bill 123. And hopefully that will speed up their cases through the system faster. I will stand for any questions and remain here for any follow-up.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. And we seem to have time for a few questions now while they're front of mind for committee members. So Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Can you go back to that slide that we don't have? I want to take a look at that number one more time. The LSIR actually drops considerably in 2024, and that's due to the fact that it's being replaced, right?
Correct.
So then the numbers in the LSCMI should rise
eventually go
respectively.
up.
So since I don't have that, I'd like to see those numbers, or at least. And I looked at our committee testimony and I don't see it there yet, so.
It will be online probably by the end of our committee meeting tomorrow. It's probably by the end of our committee meeting today.
There it is right there.
Yeah,
Yes, so
very good.
those numbers will eventually continue to go down the LSIR because those are the older cases that we no longer do the assessment on those for those.
And thanks to our great staff, I think Representative and committee members, it's online now in your emails.
Again,
Very
I
good.
apologize.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for letting me look at that.
No problem.
And committee, I wanted to also introduce and let the committee and folks following along online and in the committee meeting room know that we have present with us today Marisa Bayless, who's special counsel to the Chief Justice here, as well as Cheryl Semmel, who is also with the judicial branch as well. So in case they were willing to field any questions we might also have for them. So do we have any other questions? Yes, Representative Ressman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under house arrest, you say there's 52 adults that are currently on house arrest. What are some of the types of crimes that these people are charged with?
It depends. There's some court services actually help agencies. They get bonded out and they ask for court services to do that monitor. So it could range from anything.
Do some of the house arrest supervision, does that include crimes against persons that they're being
Yes.
supervised for? As well as property crimes? And we're talking misdemeanors and felonies?
Felonies, yes.
Maybe some more
Yes,
information about that would be.
Yeah, there are some counties that they get sent to court services for supervision for those releases.
Thank you. Committee, other questions? Not seeing, oh, sorry, Representative Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chris, so tell me in your words, what do you think the primary difference is between court services and community corrections?
Well, we seems like we have the lower supervision, those levels. But again, there are some that I mentioned that start out a felony and they just plead down. And, you know, there are a lot of cases that are really high risk that sometimes they should be bumped up. But it seems like I came from the juvenile world where a lot of times it was kind of black and white. When I was a juvenile CSO, it was kind of like you went to community corrections if you were going to intensive supervision or placement. So I did that world for about 15 years, an adult director for a year. So I've seen a little bit of both, but we usually get, you know, the low to moderate. But again, some of those we ask ourselves, you know, why do we have those?
Sure.
Yep.
And do you know if there's a difference in training from a CSO to community corrections?
No, they go through they use the same pretty much trainings. I don't know about all the assessments they complete, but I know they do epics and that kind of stuff.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, now committee, any other questions? Not seeing any, then thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. Escobar, and you did great for your
Thank
first
you.
presentation. Not too difficult questions either from the committee, so
I
thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you for being very thorough and for your presentation today. Appreciate it. Next committee, we will hear from Megan Milner, Deputy Secretary of Juvenile and Adult Community-Based Services with the Kansas Department of Corrections. So please make sure your microphone is on. Please introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Good morning. Is this on?
It sounds like it, yes.
Okay,
Make sure you are speaking into it so those following along online can hear as well.
great. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, thank you very much for inviting me here today. I'm Megan Milner. I'm a Deputy Secretary with the Kansas Department of Corrections. Go. So this morning, I'm going to cover a couple of different topics: community supervision in Kansas, community corrections funding. Some of this is going to be similar in look and sound to what you've heard this morning, but I'll try to run through it as quickly as possible, and then please let me know what questions you have. I'm also going to share a little bit about community initiatives going on across Kansas, and I'd like to share some information with you about parole. So you've seen this slide already. In Kansas, community supervision is divided between the judicial branch and the executive branch. The Office of Judicial Administration oversees the operations of court services in Kansas for both adult and juvenile probation. Under the executive branch functions, The Kansas Department of Corrections provides annual grants through state general fund dollars to judicial districts to administer intensive supervision of moderate and high-risk felony individuals. The employees for community corrections are county employees. They follow their own local policies. The Department of Corrections does publish supervision standards that counties are required to adhere to as a condition of receiving the grant funds. And community corrections provides intensive supervised probation for both adult and juvenile offenders across the state. Additionally, the Kansas Department of Corrections provides statewide parole services. These individuals are KDOC employees. Funding is through state general fund dollars. And in addition to supervising individuals who release from Kansas correctional facilities, our parole staff also supervise all felony probation and parole clients who are here on interstate compact from another state. The comprehensive planning grant allocations, that's what we call the grants to counties every year to administer probation services. These are awarded annually. There is a requirement in statute that counties also provide financial assistance, and that looks differently, as you heard from Randy this morning, that looks differently depending upon the judicial district that you're looking at. These grants on the adult side are guided by two different statutes, KSA 7552-111, which states what criteria should be considered when determining funding allocations for these grants. You'll see some examples of those up here. In addition, we also consider the distribution of risk level for the offenders within the county or the judicial district. The higher the risk and the more high-risk individuals you're supervising, typically the more resources you need to be able to work with those individuals. KSA 7552-112 states that the Secretary of Corrections will implement a grant program to increase public safety and reduce risk, and will achieve and maintain a supervision success rate of at least 75%. So that's the statute where you see that 75%, or at least 3% increase from the previous year. This 75% success rate is just one of the different elements that we consider in funding allocations for community corrections. We are currently working with the Community Corrections Advisory Committee, which is a statutorily created body made up of community corrections directors across the state, and they represent the different geographic areas of the state. We're working with them to refine our funding criteria in a way that is as clear and transparent as possible. And some of the different elements that we're considering, you saw this on a slide earlier this morning, but looking at average daily population by risk level, success rate is part of that. Also turnover rates, the size of the judicial district, and the population in the judicial district. And I know most of our discussion is around adult funding, but I thought I would throw this in just as information for you. The comprehensive planning allocation grants for juvenile community corrections. So that is a separate grant process that each judicial district also receives annually. And there is a statute that guides that. It looks very similar to the one you just saw. This is KSA 757053. And that statute outlines what criteria should also be considered as a part of the juvenile funding for community corrections. I will note that all executive branch community supervision for juveniles is through community corrections. So all of that happens under the executive branch with community corrections, which is different from the adult side, where individuals coming out of correctional facilities are supervised by state parole officers. Those functions for an individual who's on conditional release from a juvenile correctional facility, that is still through community corrections. I I thought that I would also take an opportunity to share with you some initiatives that are happening in communities across the state. You'll hear more about some of these things on the juvenile side this afternoon. And I won't go into great detail with all of these, but just at a high level. We have about 25 staff up at the central office at the Department of Corrections, fantastic staff who provide support for these initiatives with community corrections across the state. So I wanted to give a quick public recognition to our staff up at central office who help provide this support. In regards to family engagement, we just completed statewide training for community supervision officers on family engagement, and we're working with a contractor to develop a family resource manual to help families navigate the very unique and sometimes confusing intricacies of the juvenile justice system. On the adult side, we started a new director's mentoring program, and this is a rather new initiative, but we have an opportunity to pair up new community corrections directors with more tenured directors as a way to help coach and provide support to them as they're new in their role. We have prioritized quality assurance at the Department of Corrections, and so we have a couple of staff who have spent time over the last 3 years conducting program reviews with juvenile and adult community corrections agencies to help measure how closely those agencies adhere to evidence-based practices. And then you'll see concurrent supervision and standardized conditions of supervision. Both of these are on the adult side. These are relatively new. Concurrent supervision was new in 2024 and is a collaboration between the Office of Judicial Administration, Community Corrections, and the Kansas Department of Corrections to streamline supervision when an individual is supervised by more than one entity. So in Kansas, you could have someone who is being supervised under parole because they were just released from a correctional facility, and they may pick up another charge in the community and the court sentences them to community corrections probation. And so I suppose it's possible you could also have someone who's on court services probation all at the same time. And so concurrent supervision helps to streamline those so that there is one sort of controlling agency for that case. The standardized conditions of supervision was also passed in 2024 because there are 3 entities that provide supervision across the state. Standardized conditions of supervision means we're using some common language and hopefully some practices, similar practices across the continuum of supervision. We are still in the process of collaborating with OJA on releasing these. We have some work to do with data management systems to update those with the new conditions of supervision. I'd also like to share some information with you about parole services across the state of Kansas. We have an incredible parole team in Kansas. Parole staff, parole officer 1s, parole officer 2s, parole supervisors really make up the heart and soul of our team. We have approximately 150 parole staff across the state who provide support and supervision to persons who are releasing from Kansas Department of Corrections facilities. Parole is sometimes referred to as community and field services. Part of the reason for that is because there are a lot of other members or units of our department who make up our parole team. For example, our interstate compact team, this is a very small but mighty team of 6 people who are responsible for all interstate compact cases in the state. This includes interstate compact for probation and parole. They have processed over 2,500 outgoing compact cases and over 1,500 incoming cases. They are also the heart and soul of our parole team. We have program providers in the state that provide critical programs to our supervised population. This includes cognitive behavioral programming and sex offender programming. They're also the heart and soul of our parole team. We also have support staff. We have victim services staff who work in our parole offices, and we also have field agents from our enforcement, apprehensions, and investigations unit. They are all also the heart and soul of our parole team. We're very proud of our team, and they really are our greatest resource in the state, and we've worked really hard to build a sense of teamwork and collaboration with this parole team. I didn't advance the slide. I apologize about that. I just got to talking. Oh, no, I'm good. I'm good. I haven't covered this yet. Okay. In Kansas, we utilize the level of service case management inventory, which you heard Chris just mention, and the women's risk need assessment as our standardized and validated risk assessments in the state to determine supervision level. This also helps us in structuring our case plan goals that will address the individual needs of the youth that we serve. A lot of times when people think of parole or parole officers, at least in the traditional sense, they picture a more punitive approach to community supervision, sort of the person who's waiting just around the corner to catch someone messing up and getting an opportunity to punish or penalize them. Kansas has a very progressive case management approach, understanding that we must attend to the needs of the whole person versus just being focused on meeting the conditions of release. We've been intentional about moving away from a referee model of supervision where we're just pointing out how someone messed up and we're waiting to punish them, and we're moving more towards a coaching model that seeks to foster positive change. I want to sort of explain the picture that you see here on this slide because I think it really demonstrates. You're going to ask about it. Thank you, Representative. So I think this represents what I'm referring to when I talk about the work that our parole staff are doing, because what they do is so much more than just traditional parole. In this picture, you see one of our parole officers who is sharing a snack and coloring with the child of a supervised individual. The supervised individual, unfortunately, had to be taken into custody that day. And so this parole officer is sitting there attending to this child, making sure some of her needs are met while we're waiting for another family member to show up. I think this really demonstrates the responsibilities and daily duties of our parole officers extend far beyond just traditional supervision. They are case managers. They're connecting individuals to resources to meet the real needs of individuals in our communities. We are very grateful for the raises for parole officer 1s and 2s that were approved by the legislature and the governor this last year. It's really helped with recruitment and retention in our parole offices. Additionally, our parole offices are starting to work with All-Star Talent, which is a recruitment agency who's been working with some of our correctional facilities in the state. And we've seen really great success with those correctional facilities, and so we're starting to work with that same recruitment agency in parole. I wanted to give you just sort of a quick snapshot of our population in parole. So these are just our numbers, our just the raw population. So we've hovered right around 6,500 for the last 4 years. I do want to note there's a slight error on this page that I didn't catch before we sent the presentation over. So if you look under fiscal year 22, under absconder status, we did not have an epidemic of absconders that year. That correct number is 361. I apologize about that error. On this next slide, you will see some offense groupings for individuals who are on parole. It's divided up by gender. So for males, you'll see that the majority of our males under supervision are, have some kind of person crime, a sexual offense, or a drug-related crime. That shifts a little bit for the female population, where the majority of females, almost a majority of females, are under supervision for a drug-related crime and then other person crimes. The challenges that we experience in parole really center around the needs of the individuals that we're serving. And we are seeing an increase in individuals who do not have safe and stable housing options in a lot of our communities. Some of our greatest challenges involve individuals who have what seems like increasing behavioral health needs, and they need assistance with navigating systems, connecting to resources, accessing treatment services. And certainly those challenges are exacerbated as you get to the more rural or frontier areas of our state where resources are not as readily available. An area of strength for our team, though, to mitigate some of those challenges is establishing community partnerships. A couple of examples include some partnerships with courts, with housing providers, community resource providers, even food banks and clothing closets to just get bare necessities. A lot of our parole offices actually have like a clothing closet or food banks there at the parole office where our parolees can get some of those items. We have also, in addition, you heard me talk about quality assurance on the community corrections side. Quality assurance is also a priority for us on the parole side. We want to make sure that we're delivering services as intended so that we have the outcomes that we intend with our supervised individuals as well. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today, and I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony, your presentation, and there's a lot of heart and soul in your department and your office. We
Yes,
can see
ma'am.
that. So they do a lot of important work on behalf of our state. So thank you to them. And committee then, any questions? Yes, Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm glad you did explain that picture. I was looking at that and I thought, wow, that looks like a hardened criminal there that kind of short one. No, going back to, I know we've talked a lot about the, let's see, it's the, where we talk about the 75% level. And I don't want to spend a lot of time on that, but I guess I'm a little bit, is that on each county or is that overall? Because isn't a lot of that based upon who comes there as far as what the different crimes are and then what the judges, how the judges send them, because it kind of, is it hard to achieve that? Is it ever going to be hard to achieve that 75% if the way that the crimes are? I guess I don't know how that. And then the 3%, it's like an increasing 3% every year. Well, that means that the crimes have to be kind of in a certain way that they're allowed, that they're allowed to go on supervision instead of in prison. So can you explain that maybe just a little bit more to me, how that worked and what the rationale behind that is?
Madam Chair, Representative, thank you for the question. So that 75% is by county. So you saw a slide earlier today that was statewide, and that's a great measure for us to look at statewide. We do break that down by judicial district, I should say, not county, judicial district. So each judicial district has their own success rate. I would also add that it's 75% or 3% better than where you were at last year, with the goal of just continuing to progress and get better in our work. I agree that there are a lot of variables that go into whether or not an individual is successful on community supervision. And that's why the 75% is really just one variable that we include in those funding decisions.
And I guess that's where I don't understand, when you say if they're successful in the supervision, because I thought I understood what Randy was saying was it's just simply a black and white of whether they go to supervision or whether they go to incarceration. So that's what I guess I'm not totally understanding. It just seems like to me a lot of it's not in your control because it is dependent on who comes there, what the crimes are, and then how the judges send them. So that's what I'm trying to understand.
Madam Chair, Representative, some of this may be the wording that I'm using. You're right that it is pretty black and white as far as revocation versus do you complete supervision in the community. That is how that success rate is determined. So when I say successful on supervision, those are just the words that I am using. So I apologize if that's creating some confusion.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And before we entertain further questions, I want to also inform the committee and welcome Secretary Zmuda, who came in during the presentation from the Department of Corrections as well. So I would think maybe he would be available if any questions came his way as well. So, well, thank you. And with that then, Representative and Senator-elect Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thinking of parole supervisors, are they housed in each county, those that actually supervise members of parole? And what specific training are they going through from a supervisory standpoint?
Madam Chair, Representative, thank you for the question. We have 17 parole offices across the state. So we do not have parole offices in every county or even trying to do a quick review of a map in my office, possibly not in every single judicial district. So you may have one office that covers 10, 12 different counties. That office may have one or two parole supervisors in that office. So I think, I don't want to guess at how many parole supervisors we have because I'll probably say the wrong number. But the training that they receive, so the majority of the time, I can't say every single time, the majority of the time, those parole supervisors are individuals who have risen in sort of rank through our other parole positions. So they've been a parole officer, they've been a parole officer too. And much of their training as parole supervisors is going to come from their parole director. So we have 2 parole directors in the state, regional directors, and deputy directors who also help to train and coach those parole supervisors.
So to follow up on that, does that create challenges for those on parole to be able to meet with their parole officers? I mean, are there challenges with getting them there, or is it all done remotely, or how does that work?
Madam Chair, Representative, there's some remote work that is done. For the most part, we have parole officers that are traveling out to those other counties. So we don't require that the supervised individual travel an hour necessarily to come and see us. We're sending our staff out to see them.
Very good. I do have a follow-up question, Madam Chair, when we get to that point that would involve all 3 of our conferees.
Perfect. Thank you. And then Representative Russman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Every year, they're working towards that 3%, correct? To come to 75%, is that what they're working towards? So if they have, let's say, 50% one year, they go to 53, and then they go to 56, so they're working towards 75%.
Representative, that's correct, yes.
It's more of a comment than a question. You mentioned about how the legislature increased the pay for parole officers, and that really helped with recruitment. Is there anything else we can do to help keep the number that you have and increase the number that you need so that, the system doesn't work unless you have people working it? So is there anything else we can do to help maintain your level or increase it besides pay?
Madam Chair, Representative, thank you very much for that question. And I just really appreciate the focus on wanting to keep staffing levels throughout the state. We're in a really great place right now. I think we have 1.5 vacancies in parole across the state. And a lot of that it might be 2.5 today, but it's right around there. A lot of that has to do with the culture that we're trying to create within our offices, and then also these pay raises. And so we will never argue with pay increases for staff. We are so grateful for that. That absolutely helps us remain competitive with other supervising entities in Kansas. And so we're grateful for that.
Thank you. Then Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page or slide number 12, you talked about the challenges that we have, and I think you're saying as they go into society.
Madam Chair, Representative, yes, that is correct. As they release from a KDOC facility into the community.
And I appreciate all the good things you are doing, because in our tours, I've learned a lot about what's going on to help them. But I do see one word that I didn't hear expanded on, and that is medical. Your access to care is behavioral health. So just would you talk about the medical side of that? What happens when someone leaves prison and has any insurance?
Madam Chair, Representative, we, as our population and facilities age, that means that our parole population may age as well. And so we have a lot of individuals who are releasing from KDOC facilities that are very high need medically. One of the biggest challenges comes from, for example, we've had a couple of cases where an individual may medically qualify for a medical nursing facility, but because of their criminal history, it's very difficult to find a placement. And so accessing services like that for our supervised population is a challenge. And through a lot of these partnerships that I spoke about, we're able to meet the needs of that individual and work with community providers, but it is absolutely a significant challenge.
Any recommendations of what we can do in that arena as a state to help provide for that? I see the problem.
Madam Chair, committee members, some of this is inherent in the field that we're in because we work with individuals who have difficult histories, and not everyone wants to work with the population that we're serving. I don't know exactly the answer for overcoming that. Access to care in communities is, I think, an important consideration for us as a state. I am a part of some conversations in other areas where we're also talking about access to care, and do we have, I'm not the person to make the decision about whether or not we have enough providers in the state or anything like that. I just know the challenges that we face in corrections on adult and the juvenile side in accessing those services.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's a difficult question to pose. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, other questions? Not seeing any, then thank you very much for being here. Megan, appreciate it and your testimony. And with that, then we will hear from our fourth and last presenter for our morning session, Mr. Kevin Waring, Legislative Liaison, Kansas Association of Court Service Officers, and he's from the 10th Judicial District, which is my home area. So welcome to committee. Please make sure the microphone is on, and please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As stated, my name is Kevin Waring. I am the Chief Court Services Officer in the 10th Judicial District. I am here today in my role as the Legislative Chair for the Kansas Association of Court Services Officers. I did not bring a PowerPoint with me today, so my apologies for that. Next time I'll be better prepared with one of those in hand. Court service officers work across all 31 judicial districts, working at the discretion of the chief judge in those districts. Our work will vary in those districts depending on the needs of those courts and those judges locally. Certainly, adult and juvenile probation supervision is a core function of what we do as a CSO. But in addition to that, CSOs across the state routinely perform pretrial screening and supervision, sometimes referred to as bond supervision. So that's pre-adjudication for juveniles or pre-conviction for adults. CSOs may be tasked by courts to assess, to go meet individuals in custody, provide the court's information for the judges to consider what appropriate release restrictions, if any, are needed. Of course, all those individuals are presumed innocent at the time, but if the court feels for public safety needs, for those individuals' success, for supervision or intervention, CSOs perform that across the state. CSOs also perform dispute resolution services. Earlier you heard about mediation, conciliation, family assessments for family courts. Judges across the state can task CSOs for meeting with families, meeting with children to gain more information as they make decisions in those family hearings moving forward. CSOs also perform child in need of care work, working with judges on those SYNC cases for those children, making sure they have the support in the community, information in regards to family members, schools, providing courts that information so they're better informed of the decisions that are made. CSOs complete the pre-sentence investigations. So for adult felony cases, those are required prior to sentencing. CSOs will run local, state, federal records checks, reach out to local jurisdictions across the US, sometimes internationally, to get records in regards to convictions and how that would impact that criminal history score for that individual's sentencing. CSOs will also contact victims in those cases. If victims request restitution, or if they want to make a statement to the court, that can be included in the PSI as well. CSOs also work on specialty courts. That's certainly been growing across the state of Kansas. CSOs will help with the screening of those individuals to find out if they're appropriate for a specialty court, what services they need, and then if they are put on supervision in a specialty court across the state, CSOs perform that work as well. CSOs, as I said, will supervise felony and misdemeanor cases. I think it's already been said, felony cases, we tend to get by statute, the low and moderate scores. And then we supervise all felonies across the state. I think there is one caveat still of some third-time misdemeanor DUIs that can still go to community corrections. But for the most part, all felonies, regardless of risk need score, come to community corrections. So we still do also serve a high-risk population for those misdemeanors. And sometimes those will originate as a felony offense at charging, but through the court process, their conviction may be a misdemeanor. And again, those individuals are scored high risk, high need. So certainly they take a lot of work for CSOs across the state to supervise. Just completing those risk needs assessments. There's been a lot of talk about that already this morning. But pre-sentencing for both adults and juveniles, CSOs will interview those individuals, look at collateral information, look at criminal history, complete those assessments, and give those scores to the courts, to the attorneys at the time of sentencing. CSOs also perform diversion supervision across the state. We do drug testing for the courts. So if an individual appears for a court hearing, the court may want to send them down or send a family member down for us to complete a drug test for them. And when I say send them down, I'm referencing what our courthouse looks like, going to the first floor. That's probably not applicable for everyone, so my apologies for that language. But the courts may send individuals to the court services officer in their local judicial district to do a drug test, and we would provide the results for that. Our probation supervision as a core function, again, consists of felony and misdemeanor cases. That probation supervision will vary greatly depending on what the conviction is, what that individual's criminal history score is, and what that risk need assessment scored them out as. That then will be taken under consideration by the court at the time of sentencing, and the court then will place them on supervision with standard conditions of probation, perhaps some special conditions of supervision probation, depending on that certain individual's needs for them to move forward. CSOs work closely with community partners when we are supervising people on probation. That includes family members, schools, treatment providers, and of course the judges that assign the cases to us. While we supervise individuals on probation, we certainly want to put an emphasis on community safety and that client's success. And we work closely with the courts that have ordered that probation. If there are concerns, if there are alleged violations, we will notify the court of that, and the court will decide how to best move forward from there. The workload of a district may allow for CSOs to be specialized in a subject matter such as dedicated PSI writers, domestic, juvenile, or child in need of care officers. However, in some districts across the state, CSOs will wear many hats and cover many of those duties, perhaps across multiple counties while they do those duties as well. And as was shown earlier, for those staff that are covering multiple duties, you have to be certified, you have to continually train, keep your certifications up, and that is a lot of training and additional work for them when they're covering those multiple specialties. Regarding the topic of consolidation that has been brought up over time, our association, CACSO, does have concerns about the discussion of consolidation. The duties of court services, community corrections, and parole are different, while each of these entities serve an important role across the state. And again, my belief is everyone's working towards promoting that public safety and providing the best services we can to those clients that are assigned to us to supervise. Some of those specific topics or areas of concern that we have, currently CSOs, we work directly for the judicial branch. The work that is assigned to us from the district court is who we report back to, holding jurisdiction over those cases. Consolidation could result in the loss of that local oversight for staffing and programming that is directed by the local chief judges in each judicial district. We do believe some of these areas of concern have been addressed recently over the years. The MOU addressing the dual supervision, the concurrent supervision memorandum was just recently put into effect. That helps streamline the collaboration between court services, community corrections, and parole, so that way it should not hinder the success of a client in our communities having any confusion or burden of reporting to multiple agencies at the same time. Additionally, work on the standardized probation conditions, that current work continues between the Office of Judicial Administration and KDOC. And I know they're working in pretty close on rolling out those standard conditions across the state and what that looks like for the district courts. Finally, we do have some concerns, as been discussed already, with inconsistencies in salary and benefit decisions between state and county positions, and when that comes up and how that would play into any possible consolidation of supervision. CACSO believes it's important to keep each role of these entities in mind if the discussion of consolidation moves forward. Knowing what issues or concerns consolidation would fix would be important in this process. Our association, CACSO, is welcome at any time to field any of those questions, provide information to any of you that could help better answer those questions or address those concerns. So with that, if this committee has any future work groups or any specific goals to work on, our association would be happy and a willful partner to work on those with all of you. So with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions now or at the end.
Thank you very much. Committee questions? Yes, Representative Owens, and then Representative Carlin, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for being here. You actually kind of touched on one of my questions. And this is a question that I'm going to raise to all of the conferees to give them the opportunity to weigh in on this. Because one of my requests at the conclusion of our current interim committee meeting here is to request an interim study in 2025, or make the recommendation to request an interim committee study in 2025 to study in depth the plausibility of creating something similar to a Department of Offender Supervision that would comprise of court services, community corrections, parole, and ask some of those very questions. Does it save money? Does it create consistency in pay? Does it create consistency in offender supervision? Does it create other efficiencies or duplicities, if you will? And so you answered some of those questions, but my question specifically is, if this request were to be adopted, is CACSO willing to have a seat at the table? And other than what you've mentioned, are there any specific concerns that you see on first blush of that question?
Madam Chair, Representative, thank you for that question. First off, absolutely, CACSO would be a willing partner to be a part of that consolidation of that work group. We would be honored to take part and be a part of that. To your second question, you know, there is nothing wrong with studying efficiencies and looking at the way our current system is structured. And again, we would be willful partners in that. I think it's just important to look at what our current target populations are. What is the role of the court services officer? What is the role of community corrections, and what is the role of parole? I think we've heard it today, and I think digging a little deeper into that in a work group may be constructive for everyone. You know, as CSOs, I think it's just really important to emphasize that we work directly for those courts. If a judge needs someone supervised, if a judge needs work or information to better perform their job or their duties, that's what we're there to do. I can't speak for community corrections or parole, but I think that they have very important roles and duties that are tasked to them. Supervising those felony high-risk individuals to help reduce that prison population. Keeping people in the community while keeping the community safe helps keep our prison beds not overflowing, helps with those families not having a loved one go to prison. And then, you know, lastly, parole or post-release supervision, having supervision support of those individuals as they transition out of a facility, I think is very important. It's a high-risk time for them, depending upon the amount of time that they spent in custody. That may look different. So again, I think each entity has a very specific role that they perform. So that's what I would want to point out.
I completely agree. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me follow up, if I may. Part of your presentation regarding the consolidation question and was kind of the local control. The CSOs work directly with the sentencing court, who is providing the judicial system, the legal system for that particular individual. I mean, we're talking about individuals here in individual communities throughout our state. So is one of your concerns that I'm kind of reading between the lines here that we would lose the impact of local control if we don't know what conversations there may be around consolidation, so this is a bit premature maybe, but how important from a CSO perspective is it that you are reporting directly to the court, directly to the judge who has imposed the sentence on the person who's in our criminal justice system?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that is an accurate portrayal of my concern. I don't know what it would look like. Obviously, the first step sounds like it would be a study. So I think we would all be sitting down at the table and talking about that. But that would be a concern if that discussion continued. If you lose local control, if a supervision entity did not report directly to the court or to the judges, in my opinion, and I think in my association's opinion, that's concerning to us. And that would be something we would want to pay close attention to.
Thank you, and probably further conversations will be had on the issue as well. Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that question too, because since Representative Senator-elect Owens has mentioned that he's going to ask for a study, it is one of the things that I see in your presentation that you did not, I don't believe you did discuss, was the monetary issues and the loss of grant funding. And I think that would be a huge consideration, but I don't know what it looks like. Can you give us an idea of why you put that here? What would that look like?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. Our concerns, our association's concern when it comes to monetary issues with consolidation, there's certainly a discrepancy across the state in regards to pay for court services, community corrections, and parole, who their employer is. Are they a state employee? Are they an employee of the judicial branch? Are they a county employee? And where that funding comes from. In addition to that, if efficiencies are being sought out, we do have concerns with multi-year contracts that are already in place, grant funds that have already been accepted by different agencies that are already in place. That's the concern that we kind of want to put out there in the forefront, perhaps for further discussion as a concern.
Thank you. I think my question was, are you talking federal grants mostly, or, I mean, is it something like we can control here, or is it?
Thank you for that question. Yes, I don't have all the information in front of me, but I feel pretty confident that specifically for court services, Office of Judicial Administration, we are recipients of federal, state, and local grant funds that either help pay for staff, supplement programming, client needs, things like that. I feel pretty confident saying across the board, all those funds are received.
Thank you. Thank you for getting that piece out in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't going to bring this up, but I'm not going to get to talk anymore after this committee. So the idea of consolidation, I've been mulling it over and trying to understand what the challenges will be under consolidation. You've mentioned a couple of times the differentiation in pay depending on who you're working for and where you're working, right? So when there's an opening in court services, I would guess that there's probably a district where the workload is less and maybe the pay is more at times, or maybe one or the other. Is that open within, or do you look on the outside for somebody to fill that? And what are the challenges of backfilling then into a district where the pay is much less? Are you seeing that through court services? I'll just say court services.
Madam Chair, Representative, thank you for that question. One of your questions was, do we open positions?
Make sure you're speaking into the microphone. Can we?
Yeah. One of your questions was, do we open those positions to fill internally or externally? And that depends on the position that is being hired, from my experience. So at times, a court services position may be open to fill internally first, depending on the applicants, if it gets filled, and it may be opened externally to fill or not. In regards to CSO pay, it is standardized across the state. So a CSO in a bordering county, I'm in Johnson, but Douglas, Wyandotte, Miami, again, we're all on the same pay scale. It depends on what grade you are, a CSO 1, a CSO 2, or a CSO 3, and then your tenure and your success through your evaluation process, but it's all standardized across the board. When hiring positions, it depends on community corrections, court services, what district you're talking about, whether who's paid more, who's paid less. That certainly does come into play on if one of our colleagues in a peer supervision entity would be interested in applying for work elsewhere, and pay may become a factor in that.
The only thing, a comment that I would have after is I think that consolidation looks great from the outside looking in. I would be interested what the challenges will become for that pay. generally, I'm thinking like the federal, you're a GS9, but you're in Denver, not Sacramento. So you're going to be paid at this plus, right? That kind of idea. But those kind of things I can imagine will become quite a challenge for a consolidated program. But I think it also has some good looks too.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Owens.
Thank you. Yeah, just to follow up to some of those comments, I totally agree. And this idea actually came to fruition, or kind of came as an idea to me back when we, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, added CSO positions and raised the pay of CSOs, and didn't even take into consideration the effects that would have on community corrections that performs very similar functions, just with a different level. And so we saw community corrections employees then becoming CSOs to get the higher pay. And then next year, we had to come back in the appropriation process and fix that. And that's where this was kind of the idea kind of came out of. So I recognize, and for the record, I recognize there would be serious challenges. And I'm not sitting here today saying that this is something we have to do. I'm not even saying this is something that makes sense. But I think for the sake of government efficiency and then offender efficiencies, and that of our state, let's say our state employees, our county employees, and our judicial employees, that we should have the conversation to see if it makes sense. And so I welcome, again, similar comments from the other 3 conferees on this topic as well.
An interesting discussion for sure, because if it's been and one possibility is, I suppose, if you're going to create a new department, you're growing government, and what does that look like? And are we then creating efficiencies or are we not? And if there's small legislative budget fixes that it sounds like have been happening along the way, then maybe that's the route to continue to go. But it would be an interesting discussion that perhaps will be entertained. Not sure. Well, do we have any other specific questions for this particular conferee? I'm not seeing any. Then we'll go ahead and open it if we have our, thank you very much, Kevin, for your testimony today and appearing here in committee, and some very valuable information, and for, again, you're from Johnson County, which is where I'm from as well. So I appreciate you coming in today. Do we have questions from the committee for any of the 4 presenters that we heard from this morning? I think they were all kind enough to stay in the committee meeting room. That would be Randy Regier from the Kansas Community Corrections Association, Chris Escabel from the Office of Judicial Administration, or Megan Milner from the Secretary of, who's the Deputy Secretary of Juvenile and Adult Community-Based Services from the Kansas Department of Corrections, or again, Kevin Waring from the Kansas Association of Court Services Officer. So, yes, yes, Representative Owens.
Thank you. Yeah, just if the 3 of you wouldn't mind, and I'm happy to re-ask the same question if you need to, but just around the idea of being supportive of coming to the table for an interim study after the 2025 session to have this conversation, and any initial concerns that you have for the committee to consider whether this request makes sense. I'd like to hear from the other 3 conferees.
If there's a conferee who wants to provide an answer, that's great. If not, then we can move on. Yes, okay, so Megan Milner then, please reintroduce yourself, and thank you for remaining in the committee meeting room and answering the question.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, committee members, Megan Milner, Deputy Secretary with the Kansas Department of Corrections. We would absolutely be happy to be at the table as a part of that discussion. I think, some of the concerns that have been presented so far are valid. I think there's going to be some pros to doing it and some cons to doing it, and being able to be a part of that discussion and weighing those out. Ultimately with, maybe identifying a goal of what is it that we want to accomplish by potentially doing something like that. The Kansas Department of Corrections would be happy to be a part of a discussion for that.
Thank you. And I'm thinking all of our conferees would appreciate being part of the discussion if it's a discussion that's going to be had in the future.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Marisa Bayless, Special Counsel to Chief Justice Lugar, and on behalf of the Office of Judicial Administration, we would, of course, be happy to be there. I do think having some judges, too, on that panel would be really important as individuals who interact with all three of those agencies to talk specifically about efficiencies. I think they would have a lot to provide. I think the biggest thing for us would be pay. We've worked really hard with you and the legislature to really support our CSO officers, and that has been a really positive for us. We had talked about how CSOs are state employees. Just to clarify that, they are judicial branch, so the person who makes that pay matrix is the Chief Justice for CSO. So that is controlled by that branch of government. That has, I think Chris mentioned we have about 420-ish FTEs of CSOs. We only have right now about 10 openings or vacancies. So we're doing very well with that. And so I think that's directly related to pay. As Representative Smith asked, all CSOs are paid similar based on what classification they are in across the state. It doesn't matter what judicial district they are in. So happy to be part of that conversation going forward.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be curious too, to those who have answered. I appreciate that you would be willing to be a part of this. It would only make sense to have folks a part of that discussion if we're talking about such a large change. But for me, from my experiences working in county government, now at the state level government, I'm leaning toward that I wouldn't support this recommendation or moving forward with this discussion. So I guess I would appreciate also knowing, is this something that people think is needed to move forward? Because I would be leaning against it at this point unless I have better information that it's needed. Thank you.
Thank you. It seems the pay increase has been addressed as it's come up through the legislature, and that seems to be the biggest issue, at least that we're hearing today from the conferees and the discrepancies there, but they seem to be handled legislatively already. I'm not sure, but yes, Mr. Randy Regier. Please reintroduce yourself again.
Yes, Randy Regier, Kansas Community Corrections Association. We as well would be happy to be involved in that conversation. Yeah, we typically are the lower paid organizations. When you look across the state right now, that some agencies do use the OJA pay scale to remain competitive, but a lot of jurisdictions do not. There's a supervisory position in one of the southern Kansas counties paying $21.85 for a supervisor position. Well, I think we all know that that's going to be a very hard position to fill when you can't compete. So we think it would be very helpful for us to be involved in that conversation and to pursue the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in your presentation, can you drill down a little bit? It says pay scale set by the county. State pays compensation, including benefits and retirement. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, sir. So what we're looking at is agencies are funded through grants from the Kansas Department of Corrections with state general fund money. That is what goes to pay for the majority of an agency, except for in places like Johnson, Sedgwick, those places, the county is paying the majority of the expenses for community corrections, the vast majority in some of those places. So some places the county is assisting. In Reno County, our county does assist with wages because the state grant dollars don't get us to a place where we would be competitive or we could sustain programming.
I see. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Committee, other questions or comments from our conferees regarding the question that's on the table right now? Not seeing any, then we didn't really ask other than maybe of our last conferee, are there recommendations going forward? Part of the role of this committee is to have discussion at the end of our committee meetings and make recommendations, if any. So are there recommendations other than possibly recommending an interim study on consolidation? And I'm not saying that's a recommendation from our conferees. It's just been one that's been discussed on the committee side of things. So If there aren't any other recommendations from specific conferees, that's all right also. Just wanted to give the opportunity for you to share with the legislature and the committee what your thoughts were. Not seeing any then. If there aren't any other questions then for our conferees, want to thank each of you for taking time out of your day to present here today and answer questions. And with that then, we are on time for a little bit early for our scheduled lunch break. And we do have an opportunity. There are sandwiches available for committee members and staff as well, if you'd like to stay and have some lunch here. With that then, we are going to stand at recess and we'll plan to come back together at 1 p.m. today for an overview of 2016 SB 367 and recent changes. Thank you very much. We are in recess. Well, thank you, committee and staff and everyone who's been following along online. The committee will come back to order, and we want to thank John Monroe and Catalyst for the lunch provided today to committee and staff. So thank you very much for allowing us to keep on track with our time and the work we have today. So thank you, John, and to Catalyst as well. And with that then, committee, we are ready to hear an overview of the 2016 bill, Senate Bill 367, and recent changes. And we're going to hear from Natalie Scott, Assistant Revisor with the Office of Revisor of Statutes. So welcome to committee, Natalie. Please introduce yourself, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Natalie Scott from the Office of Revisor of Statutes, Staff, Judiciary, and Corrections. We've been talking about 2016 Senate Bill 367 for quite some time now. I had a lot less gray hair back when I started talking about it than I do before you today. So you have heard this overview from me many, many times. So I'm just going to kind of hit the very high points of Senate Bill 367. The following year, Senate Bill 42, and then Senate Bill 179. And then I'm going to focus on the changes that you guys have made in the last few years. So Senate Bill 367 essentially made some pretty significant juvenile justice reforms in the state of Kansas. Juveniles were not allowed to go to detention unless they were assessed as detention eligible on the risk and needs assessment, or those assessment results were overridden. And most juveniles were required to be offered participation in an immediate intervention program, which is like diversion on the adult side. You put in place a cumulative detention cap of 45 days for the use of detention over the course of a juvenile offender's case. And you also set probation and overall case length limits for juvenile offender cases. Supervision of juveniles was now more in the community, since there was less use of detention facilities and the juvenile correctional facility. So supervision in the community was based on a risk and needs assessment, and the court services officers in the Department of Corrections were required to develop a structured set of community-based responses to violations of their probation. You also put in new sentence maximums in place, and you limited the use of YRC2 beds, which are something that essentially aren't used in the system anymore, but they were kind of a third placement alternative. And then finally, you created the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee, who you will hear from shortly, and you created the Juvenile Justice Improvement Fund, which is now called the Evidence-Based Programs Account in the State General Fund. The following year, you made a few changes. Really, they were largely technical changes that were basically to bring the law into what was, into conformity with what the intent had been in the original legislation. And then in 2018, you guys passed Senate Bill 179, and that created the Juvenile Crisis Intervention Centers. They were developed for those juveniles who were experiencing mental health crisis. They essentially created a space for juveniles to be admitted for up to 30 days who were in need of treatment. They were not designed to be used as an alternative to detention, so you couldn't place juveniles there who were otherwise detention eligible. And the court had to enter an order of protective custody for those juveniles. And then you allowed that evidence-based programs account money to also be used for juveniles in a juvenile crisis intervention center. There's obviously been a lot of talk about those. You'll hear, I'm sure, some more talk about that. So then in 2023, that's when you guys made some further changes. So I will kind of focus on these changes in my presentation here today. So in that legislation, House Bill 2021, you required the Secretary for Children and Families to develop an evidence-based risk and needs assessment to assess children during the course of a child in need of care proceeding who have been identified. Okay, there we go. Identified as exhibiting behavior that could lead to juvenile offender charges related to physical violence, aggression, damage to property, or use of life-threatening drugs. The Secretary for Children and Families and the Secretary of Corrections were required to allow those identified children to participate in evidence-based community programming that's offered by the Secretary of Corrections, so more offender-type programming. The evidence-based programs account can be used on those children, and that money can be used for services provided by community mental health centers, community health centers, the Youth Advocate Program, Jobs for America's Graduates, Kansas Transition Services, and any other community-based service provider who offers those types of evidence-based community programs. Current law also allowed for the money to be used for community corrections, or community service officers, juvenile intake and assessment workers, court services, community corrections, and juvenile crisis intervention centers, and you didn't make any changes to that, so the money can still be used for that. And expenditures are required to be made from that fund promptly and on a rolling basis. The Secretary of Corrections is also required to develop a grant program to implement evidence-based community programs and promising practices throughout the state. That is subject to availability after the expenditures for the evidence-based programs account have already been made. That program has to prioritize counties that demonstrate low availability of evidence-based programs for juveniles, and child welfare case management providers would not be eligible to receive grants under that program. The Secretary of Corrections is required to ensure that juveniles being held in detention receive a risk and needs assessment or an update to their current risk and needs assessment within 72 hours. They have to receive an updated case plan within 48 hours after that assessment's completed, and they have to have access to behavioral health, mental health, and substance use treatment services while they're in detention. You made a few changes also to the Juvenile Crisis Intervention Center legislation. So the term mental health crisis was replaced with the term behavioral health crisis to try to allow those services to be used on a wider array of juveniles. That definition that you used for behavioral health crisis is behavioral and conduct issues that impact the safety or health of a child, members of a child's household or family, or members of the community, including but not limited to non-life-threatening mental health and substance abuse concerns. The Department for Children and Families, the Department of Corrections, and the Judicial Branch are required to collaborate to provide services to juveniles who are eligible for services, regardless of which agency is the one providing the services. In juvenile offender cases, the overall case length limit, you allowed an extension. So you allowed extensions incrementally to allow for a juvenile to complete an evidence-based program when failure to complete that program is due to repeated intentional effort to delay by the juvenile. When a juvenile is placed on probation, the judge will now be able to commit a juvenile to detention if the judge makes a finding that the juvenile is demonstrating escalating use of physical violence, aggression, weapons, damage to property, or life-threatening substances. That juvenile can be held in detention up to 24 hours for a first violation, up to 48 hours for a second violation, and up to 15 days for a third or subsequent violation. I do have an error on my memo in the 367 portion. It talks about the cumulative detention cap being 45 days. For some reason, it has the note that that was amended in House Bill 2021, but that was not. So even though you allowed those new detention sanctions, the cumulative overall cap on detention stays the same at 45 days. And then finally, prior to July 1st of 2025, the Department of Corrections is required to develop a system to facilitate the exchange of confidential data. So those were the changes you made in 2023. And then just this last year in 2024, you made a pretty minor change that I'll go over in Senate Bill 420. It deals with juveniles in the juvenile correctional facility being able to leave the facility for certain programming. So under current law, before you even made this change, a juvenile offender was allowed to be issued a pass or a furlough to leave the facility. And you guys made the change that the juvenile can leave without being accompanied by a staff member if the juvenile meets the appropriate classification as defined in policies and procedures adopted by the department. And you also authorized the Secretary of Corrections to establish a work release or educational release program for those juvenile offenders. And if a juvenile meets the criteria for that program and is capable of receiving substantial benefit from educational or vocational programs that are not available within this facility, then the juvenile would be able to attend that programming outside the facility. In order to do that, the secretary is required to develop policies and procedures to ensure adequate oversight, supervision, and accountability of those juveniles. So that kind of summarizes the changes that you made in the last couple of years. And I can take any questions you have.
Thank you, Natalie, for the thorough report. As always, appreciate it. Committee, any questions? Not seeing any. It was so thorough. We don't have any questions. So thank you very much for that. Yes, we've made a lot of changes as a legislature over the years to the statute regarding juveniles. So with that then, we will hear from the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee and the report from the committee chairman, Don Heimer, with the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee. So please make sure the microphone is on, introduce yourself, and welcome to committee.
Is it on? Very good, thank you. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman or Chairwoman and the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with you this afternoon. I am currently serving as the chair of the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee, which, as you heard, is a statutory creation by the legislation you all passed in 2016, which is Senate Bill 367. And I also serve and have served for 34 plus years as an assistant district attorney in Johnson County, Kansas. I've also served on the Judicial Council's Juvenile and Child Needed Care Committee, one of the work groups there since 1999. And I have testified before your committee and other committees here probably dozens of times now over my career. So I do have a passion for juvenile offender law and child needed care law. All but 2 of my 34 years have been spent being involved in those type of cases, prosecuting them, and then also forming policy and law. I've testified on numerous laws. I testified during the hearings on Senate Bill 367. So what I want to talk with you about today is several things. One, I don't want to repeat what I did last year because a lot of you were here last year, but it has been a year. We have worked on some things, so I want to highlight some of the things our committee has worked on and I think that we have accomplished. I want to share briefly our mission. I'll give you a quick history of 367, although I don't even know if I need to do that now, so I'll probably go really fast through that since you already had one of those. And talk about specifically what we have done in this last year. So it's always tricky in here because I have to look over my shoulder to see if I'm advancing. I'm not advancing. Have I done something wrong? Oops. So what is our purpose? It's always good to know what your purpose is, and we had been around for a while and hadn't kind of distilled that into a purpose statement, and we did this a few years ago. Although we've been in existence as that statutorily created body since 2017, we did kind of distill this down to our purpose statement, which is there. What I want to focus on throughout this presentation is our job is primarily to monitor and help the collaboration between all the agencies that work on juvenile justice, whether that's KDOC, OJA, law enforcement, DCF with regard to the crossover youth that we'll talk a little bit about. And I think that's our primary duty. One of the things that was referenced was that first Senate Bill 42, which made a couple technical changes. One of the changes was when the bill was originally written, the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee was tasked with not monitoring the evidence-based fund, but actually making sure it was being accurately accounted for, which would have caused our group, our committee, to have an accountant or something like that. So we needed to change that. So now we work with KDOC primarily on what that fund looks like, how much money is in there, and then we work together and make recommendations on how to spend that money. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. So the mission statement, and again, I won't read this to you, but one of the keys is that we're supposed to review information and data on the progress and outcomes across all the systems that you all have put in place and have put in place for juvenile justice throughout the state of Kansas. So one of the things we'll talk about, and it's mentioned in there, is the sustainability of these programs. So I know that it has been an issue with you all, and appropriately so. How are we spending the money? The money gets there, it accumulates, it's there for good purpose. How are we spending it? How are we making recommendations? How is that going? And that, I know that has been an issue, and I will address that when I speak with you a little later this afternoon. Brief history. So in 2015, we had the work group that looked at juvenile justice in Kansas and decided that there needed to be a change. That change took the form of Senate Bill 367, which I always refer to as Juvenile Justice Reform 2.0, because if you've been around as long as I have, we had juvenile justice reform also in 1995. 1995 was a pendulum swing in reaction to the kind of the gang culture and the fact that they were using younger and younger kids to sell drugs and have guns and et cetera. So it was a movement towards opportunities to take violent juvenile offenders and put them in appropriate places. And then I call Senate Bill 367 in 2016 and 17 Juvenile Justice Reform 2.0, because it came along and kind of had worked on from the opposite direction and worked on lower end offenders and making sure they were not pulled deeper and deeper into the system. There was not a lot of change to the high end offenders. So hopefully, and the goal was that public safety was not compromised because the violent offenders were still treated the same way as they were, for the most part, before Senate Bill 367. So we've been working to try to see how those reforms worked with detention and using less detention, and probation, utilizing less detention as part of probation. And as you know, because you passed the bill last year with 2021, the House Bill 2021 was to look at whether there needed to be some tweaking to the way we operated probation. And what we're working on right now through our committee is to try to ensure that we're getting the data to determine if that's having an impact, having the impact we wanted. I wish I could tell you we had that data. I wish I could tell you we could give you a definitive answer, but we cannot. As you know, we are in the process statewide of implementing the final stages of the Odyssey software, which is designed and hopefully will give us the information to run some of those type numbers, certainly moving from this point forward. The problem that we have is, as you know, 2015 is kind of the baseline year for pre-Senate Bill 367 things. And then we had 2017 through 2023 using basically all of those same tools. And now we made some changes in 2023, so we'll try to move forward and compare how those things are working. Unfortunately, our data in 2015 wasn't very good and was only moderately better as we moved through 2020s, and we're looking to make that much better as we move forward. This will be a little bit of a theme you see as we try to establish what we have been able to accomplish and some things that are still in process. So the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee itself, I won't spend a lot of time on. It's a multidisciplinary team. We have lots of folks from lots of disciplines, and we try to work together. You can see that we have folks from the court system, we have folks from the governor's office, education, CAG, legislators, OJA. We try to work together to evaluate just how these programs are progressing. So one of the things we did just a couple years ago was formulating. We've had some of these subcommittees for a few years, but we've been adding subcommittees as we needed them. So the subcommittees we have right now are 4. And as you can see from our committee, we have 21, I believe, check myself, 21 members. And so we try to staff 4 working subcommittees. And these subcommittees are broken down by data, communication, reinvestment, and just a couple of years ago or so, we added legislative. I know the history was given that there'd been a lot of activity or a decent amount of activity since 2017 in the passage of Senate Bill 367. But in reality, Senate Bill 367 passed and there've been fairly minor tweaks only until last year. So we were not called upon very often for legislative issues prior to last year in House Bill 2021. And so we realized we were not super well equipped to respond to those requests. It turned out to be pretty much just me, and as entertaining as I'm sure you find me, it was important that we have other people available to respond to your requests about the legislation that's being proposed. So we did put a legislative committee in place, and you will see members of that committee have the ability to come and testify with regard to bills on behalf of our committee as well. So hopefully we'll be a little more nimble in having people here as you need folks to testify on the JJOC's position. The standing committees that have been present before that are fairly straightforward. We had a data committee that has been working really hard to get data from the various agencies that we have. We have KDOC, we have OJA, so we operate corrections and court services through that. Those are the folks that are involved in the day in, day out monitoring of juvenile offenders. And so their reports and their sharing of information is important if we want a full statewide picture. So that committee has been in place. Communication is the committee that formulated the yearly and annual report that you have right now that was submitted along with our testimony. We were told that we gave you the most and most voluminous of all the committee reports because of that. We'd like to apologize for that, but it's just the way it is. And so our communications subcommittee works hard on that, along with Matt Billinger, who is our KDOC personnel person for us. And then we have our reinvestment group, and that looks at that evidence-based fund and makes recommendations. I'll have a specific slide, but as you know, we make recommendations. We don't authorize the spending of any monies. That's not something we can do, or make recommendations even for budget. We make recommendations to KDOC, but we'll talk about that in a moment. And so those are our standing subcommittees. So, all right, a couple terms that are going to be important that we talk about that I'm sure you're all familiar with, but I always want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing when we mention situations. And I know the report about Senate Bill 367 did a good job of talking about how this fund has had some different names over the years, but now it's, evidence-based fund is predicated upon evidence-based, which means practices, policies, procedures, and programs that are supported by research to produce and lessen a likelihood of reoffending. And that's straight out of statutes. Another term that we use a lot that I think is commonly misunderstood or can easily be misunderstood, and there's good reason for it to be, notice to appear. So if you or I, as adults, are stopped by law enforcement and we get a notice to appear because we have been speeding, or hopefully nothing worse than that, right? That would be our worst offense in here. So we're speeding, we get a notice to appear for court with our ticket, right? That means we have to go to court. And if we don't go to court, there will be a potential consequence, which we could be arrested or what have you. So with regard to juveniles, it's similar to a citation, but their notice to appear is that they should go to the Juvenile Intake and Assessment Center. And when they get to the Juvenile Intake and Assessment Center, they'll be offered services, they'll be assessed for some of those risk factors. And that's the first place where the third item comes up, where they would be evaluated for the appropriateness of an immediate intervention program. So on lower end offenders, probably middle to low end offenders, they will receive a notice to appear. And that notice to appear will have them go to the JIAC to go through the process there, the interview, needs assessment type situation. So it's a little bit different than the adult system. When someone is diverted from a criminal procedure, we call it diversion. In juvenile, it's immediate intervention or IIP, but the terms are used quite interchangeably, which I think is a little confusing. So both notice to appear and IIP/diversion are a little bit challenging for all of us, I think, to negotiate between the adult and juvenile systems. So, any questions about that background before I move on? Okay, the eyes are not completely glazed over yet, and we will move into.
Committee, do we have any questions? Not seeing any. All right, go ahead.
So I'll move into some of our, what we feel like have been our key achievements for this year. We were keenly aware of the fact that we needed to redouble our efforts to make sure that we were allocating dollars out of the evidence-based fund and meeting the needs of the youth in our various communities. And one of the things that KDOC, I think, worked hard and deserves kudos for, along with, I think the JJOC worked with them on this, but there was an idea that we would have rolling grants, which would mean you wouldn't have to wait a full year as need arose. It would come up quarterly. And I think all of you who work in the grant world know that's a lot of work. That's additional work for a system to try to do that on a less than annual basis, but we thought that was important. We've awarded $4.5 million since July 1 of 2024, so I think that's impressive. I think that's good work by those folks. Additionally, we have funded more money to the community funds than any other previous year. 21.5 million have been expended or allocated, and I'll talk about the difference between spent and allocated in a moment. The completion of the detention assessment instrument validation study. So we had asked CJI to do a validation of that detention risk assessment tool that we've been using in one form or another since the beginning of Senate Bill 367 coming into place, because that was a statutory mandate that each juvenile that was brought into detention would receive such an assessment. And then again, we have increased assistance. So the grant process is not easy for members in the community, and some of the folks were encouraging to go forward and ask for grants, maybe help organizations that are not super familiar with doing grant work. So we did expend some of our money to have additional KDOC, and this was approved, KDOC personnel to help with that. And we have I believe two FTEs that are working to make it easier for folks to make those applications, because they'll provide them one-on-one assistance. So, so the detention, I want to talk a little bit about the detention risk assessment tool and the validation study that was undertaken. So we put in place a request for the detention tool to be validated. It was the assessment was completed and the validation came back that there was a lot of work to be done with regard to that tool. It was not validated, but what was validated was one of the 5 or 6 things we look at was only one was an accurate indicator of whether they would reoffend. And the only thing that was deemed to be accurate was whether they had a prior offense, which kind of makes sense. But I will say, in defense of the tool, which many times I've been critical of the tool, but in defense of the tool, the folks working on it did indicate that there wasn't enough data to support validating it, and that could have been because we didn't have enough data in total to provide what we needed to make a proper assessment for the validation. So I believe that was something that we were aware might be a problem. We have been working hard to improve our data. So the other achievements that we have had is that we've had our legislative subcommittee that I talked to you a little bit about when I went over the structure of our committee. And then we also have a quarterly newsletter that goes out containing meeting summaries, information about these grants. We also do spotlights on material, programs that we have throughout the state, so that one part of the state can learn from what may be successful in another part of the state. As you know, in Kansas, like many states, there are rural, I think we call them frontier, rural, and metropolitan. You know, there are big, medium, and small areas. So some things that work in some areas are not as successful in other areas. So our current initiatives we are working on right now is we're looking to make sure that we properly and effectively evaluate the programs we are funding. And we generally, each one of our quarterly meetings, we have someone who's one of our funded programs or a program seeking funding come and talk to us about how they are doing and what they are doing. We are also trying to address some of these data issues. We're exploring partnerships with KU has come to us with a potential partnership to help us improve our data collection and analysis. I know you all are well aware of the co-occurrence of juvenile offenses and mental health issues. We have several members of our JJOC committee, including myself, that are also on the Stepping Up committee that are working to meet the needs of justice-involved youth who have mental health issues as well. And so, again, sticking with our monitoring and collaborating, we don't hands-on do that type work, but if there is another group that is working on it, we want to be a part of helping them find solutions. So that's why we are working with Stepping Up. Additionally, we're partnering with the GALT Center. The GALT Center, for those of you who don't know, is named after In re Galt, which is the landmark case regarding juveniles' rights once they are accused of a crime. And In re Galt was decided in 1967 by the U.S. Supreme Court. This foundation works with judges and defense attorneys and prosecutors to a degree to educate them on juvenile justice issues. We've partnered with them for presentations, and they are helping us in our mandate to make sure that we have good juvenile defense attorneys throughout the state for juveniles who are accused of a crime. Okay. You're also aware, I'm sure, that there was a legislative post-audit regarding juvenile justice and the JJOC completed in 2020. Several things were asked to be completed as a part of that post-audit. Monitoring KDOC expenditures, we have completed that. Develop and monitor training efforts. The training efforts pertain to our court service officers, our community corrections officers, or corrections officers, as well as the courts, the attorneys who appear in court, and we have accomplished those efforts in terms of monitoring that training. We have worked to define outcomes and recidivism. So we all want to reduce recidivism, correct? I mean, we don't want, once a kid enters the system, we want them not to re-enter the system. But we have to define what recidivism is before we can decide whether we are reducing it. And so we came up with a definition for recidivism. Now, the trick is we have to have the data to let us know if the juveniles that are entering the system are recidivating, or in other words, if they are committing new crimes. We approved a plan to gather and review our system data. A lot of the analysis gaps were based on data throughout the state. That was identified in 2015 during the work groups for Senate Bill 367. It continues to be a challenge. We are all very hopeful that the Odyssey statewide program will alleviate many of those concerns. And then we also sought to monitor the fidelity of our implementation efforts, and that has been accomplished. So throughout the course of the last few years, we have put in place we have quarterly reports, and of course our report to you all each year, during which we do monitor and provide to you the fidelity and the implementation efforts that we have undertaken. The rest of the audit, we have implemented we're We're working on that House Bill 2021, the changes you made to the probation extensions. We're working to see if we can monitor that. We know that's important. We're reviewing the detention risk assessment data. Again, the data was incomplete, which led to the failure to be able to fully authorize or find that the detention risk assessment tool was validated. And so unfortunately, it was not validated. We are also looking to study and address disparities in mental health treatment. And again, that will be largely based on collaborating with the Stepping Up program. And then some of the ongoing things we have are recommendations for improvement of the juvenile justice system. We're always looking to do that. We do have the ability to bring legislation. We've not done that very often, but we have the ability to do that. And our committee does talk about things that are going on. And if there isn't someone already bubbling up an issue for a piece of legislation, we have the ability to do that. And we're looking, and we would do that if we had something that was the consensus of our committee. The final thing is the recommendations when there's not consensus between KDOC and OJA. We've really never had that come up to where we've had to be the intermediary or a mediator of a dispute between them. I find our committee works very well. It's very congenial, and that has not been an issue, but that is a duty of the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee. If there were a disagreement that couldn't be resolved between those parties, the JJOC would step in and make such mediation or work on that issue. So now we're going to get into some of the numbers. So we've got a bunch of graphs coming up. So this is juvenile intake and assessment. These are the numbers regarding juvenile intake and assessment. And you can see, for the most part, for the justice-involved youth, it's been pretty consistent with the exception of the COVID years where everything dropped. So I don't know that there's huge conclusions to be drawn from that. I guess on the child needed care side, we've seen a decrease that kind of initiated during COVID, but then did not bounce back, whereas the juvenile offender numbers did kind of return to a little bit higher number. The next graph is the use of the notice to appears. And you can see these numbers again have been pretty consistent with the exception of when we did not issue NTAs and when people came to the JIAC for assessment. So obviously during COVID, fewer people were comfortable coming to the JIAC for assessment. Very understandable. Had a decrease, particularly in fiscal year 2021, which is the primary year that deals with the post-COVID or the immediate post-COVID epidemic or pandemic. The other issue to look at in this is, I told you that you are issued a notice to appear to come to a JIAC to determine, to have them help determine your level of need or your risk. The goal is to have juveniles, when they are involved in illegal activity and they get caught by the police we don't want to arrest them or take them to the detention center, but we would like to have them assessed to see if there are services that we can put in place in our local communities to help them. So the higher percentage of folks that we can get that are issued FTAs going to the JIAC has always been the theory that that will improve the services we provide. It's been pretty consistently about 65%. Like I said, that's what it was last year. It's a slight increase. But the only year that was below 50% was during COVID. So you'll probably never have 100%. You'll probably never have 3/4. But the higher that percentage is, the better likelihood we are to be able to implement these things that are in place. It's also important to remember, and we'll get to this in a minute, that when we allocate dollars to these programs, they're predicating upon the number of people who get charged with a crime. And if they can engage earlier on and start into those services, they'll actually spend more of their money that they asked for because they'll be serving more juvenile offenders. So or those who are diverted from the juvenile offender process. So compliance with the notice to appear is what we talked about a little bit before. All right, so JIAC placement outcomes, and this is interesting. So I know you all heard, and I even delivered some of them at some point during the aftermath of Senate Bill 367, is there were concerns with regard to some folks who were taken to JIAC who weren't detained, and they were put back out in the community, and they struggled once they got out. As you can see from this, the vast majority are released to a parent or guardian. That's 2/3 or 67%. And then we have foster care for 4%, 20% go into detention. And then we have other community-based placements, which represent 9%. We have a little breakout graph that's probably a little hard to read from the distance, but in the written materials you have, it's pretty clear. But there's the use within that 9%, there's the use of relatives and group homes, and those are 2%. And then DCF, which is 1%, which is different than foster care because it's a placement that they make that's not within the foster care system. Emergency shelter, you know, you heard a lot about the crisis center legislation that you all passed, which was Senate Bill 42, and that did earmark up to $2 million a year to be spent on crisis centers. To date, as you know, unfortunately, we don't have any crisis centers in the state of Kansas that meet that definition. And so when we're talking about an emergency shelter, it's going to be not a crisis center that statute contemplated. If we ever have some of those throughout the state, that number might be able to increase. And then everything else is less than 1%. All right, so these are the risk level of youth on supervision. So when we talk about risk levels, there's two risk levels we're talking about within the juvenile justice system. There's that risk level when we have the detention assessment tool. That's the risk to the community. When we're talking about the risk level of youth on supervision, that is the risk to reoffend. There is a difference. One is community safety, one is when you get out, you're going to reoffend. So if you're constantly shoplifting, there's an argument to be made you're not a risk to community safety, but you are continually reoffending and you are harming the community. So this risk level of assessment of youth on supervision, this is the YLS that you hear about sometimes that we use for folks who are getting on supervision. And so as you can see from this graph or this graphic, the overwhelming percent are in the non-high risk categories. They are moderate and low risk. And as you know, that is the targeted group for the Senate Bill 367 changes that were made and the modifications. There is a low risk to reoffend in most of those cases, and they do not pose as much of a risk to the community likewise, so they're not detained, and they are the folks receiving the services that are in place. So next slide talks about the case filings that we have, and you can see case filings are on the decrease and have been. The orange line is misdemeanors, the blue line is felonies. The felonies are a little more consistent. They're not varying quite as much, but the misdemeanor filings are down. It is hopeful that crime is going down, so there are just fewer people to arrest. If it is not a result of fewer people being arrested, it could be a result of using more early interventions in those misdemeanors. So if juveniles truly are eligible for the immediate intervention or diversion programs and they're accessing those programs, then that number of filings for misdemeanors should go down and should go down more rapidly than the felons who may not be eligible for that same type of pre-file services. So, for instance, I know in our county, if you are eligible for diversion, it doesn't mean you'll end up on diversion or IIP. We will send you a notice that you're eligible, and ask you to do X, Y, and Z. And if you do X, Y, and Z, then you avoid going to court. But if you don't engage, then you do end up going to court. So is probably still room for more folks to avoid, particularly on that misdemeanor line, coming to court if they were to take advantage of the early intervention programs. So with regard to that specifically, and I will say, I know just because I'm involved in some of it through my work at the District Attorney's Office in Johnson County, that there is work to be done on our definition of what meets an IIP and what is a diversion program and why they are accounted for differently. So these numbers, I think, are challenging for the system. But the good news is, of the ones we're monitoring, and this is the way it should be, these are the low-risk folks, right? So we are hopeful that they are successful, and they are at a very high rate. As you can see there, the percentage of these kids that are successful is very high. And that's to be expected because they were assessed to be very likely to not need a lot of intervention, and they were assessed to probably not be the type who would reoffend. And so I think the IIP programs, and as I said, I think there are more programs that are either IIPs or diversion programs throughout the state that we can gather data on. Again, I think Odyssey will help us on that. But of those reported, I think that's been a very successful program. I shared with you at the beginning that I think the primary purpose of the JJOC is to monitor and collaborate. And one of the things that we do is we collaborate with numerous agencies and other folks that are working on juvenile justice issues. We have the Crossover Youth, and I know you probably know what Crossover Youth is, but just in case, I don't want to use a term no one's familiar with. Crossover Youth are folks that are crossing over back and forth, but primarily from the child needed care system into our juvenile offender system. So they might be in the foster care system, they're in a group home or a foster care placement, and they commit a crime, and now they are in our juvenile offender system. And they pose a special challenge for how to handle those juveniles. And so we have several counties that are working on some crossover youth practices to see how those work. We're working with juvenile defense, as I told you, through the GALT project and the GALT Foundation. We have Stepping Up for mental health and the functional family therapy that is statewide now to help families that are in those situations. We've got the JAG-K, and obviously we're working on overall behavioral health work groups. I think one of the best things that has happened, and you all were right in the middle of it, was the expansion of mental health to be behavioral health. I think that's just been very beneficial for expanding services and for us expanding the dollars that we can expend on juveniles that are at risk for committing crimes, as well as those who are committing crimes. So, okay. Now for the issue that has been a hot issue, I know. So the evidence-based fund, the evidence-based program account. We know that it's important that we have this money spent because we know there's a need and we want to meet that need. And we know that the legislature has set aside dollars for that to be done. And we want to make sure we're doing a good job with that. We want to be good stewards of that money and getting it to the places it needs to go. As was shared with you at the beginning, this money came primarily from closing group homes, which is where we used to send moderate offenders, mid-level offenders, and some low-end repeat offenders. The goal was to keep those offenders in the community, if it could safely be done, and then have more services within each of those communities. And so that opened up, the closing of those facilities opened lots of dollars, and those were to be distributed. That was one of the primary duties of the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee. And so we are working to do that. And I have a little, it's a couple slides ahead here. But basically, We, as our committee, work to find programs and try to get dollars to programs that have been proven to be effective. The challenge, of course, is some of these programs require numerous folks, numerous juveniles to be involved. Otherwise, you can't have a program that has any fidelity to it. And sometimes our rural communities don't have enough offenders to fill those programs. They work well in some of the larger communities. So we've tried to tailor what we're doing using telehelp and lots of other things to try to make sure we're providing this higher level of services through the communities, whether they're large or medium or small. So the evidence-based program account, as I shared with you, we know it's been an issue. We want to be spending it down, but we want to make sure we're spending it down in an appropriate way. So there we go. This is the process that we follow as we are expending our dollars. I don't have this slide. So basically, when we work through this, our committee makes recommendations. During our meetings, we identify a need that is brought to us by our members or folks from the community bring it to our committee. The JJOC Reinvestment Subcommittee vets this and brings it to the Committee of the Whole. We make a decision as to whether or not monies should be allocated for that. But we don't have the ability to budget or to spend money. We make recommendations to KDOC, and then KDOC builds that into their agency budget and work on contracts or grants to spend that money. And of course, then that budget is submitted through the budgetary process that you all are much more familiar with than I am. And so I will tell you, even though we don't make that final decision per se, I don't think there's ever been a time where we made a recommendation to KDOC that wasn't written in to their budget request for that year. And so we work very well with them, and that has never been an issue. There are then grants that are local government and then a local contract or the grant process. We have evidence-based program startup dollars, and then we deliver the evidence-based program to the community. And as we stated, we now have the ability to do that on a rotating basis throughout the year on quarterly grants. The other thing that's been put in place, which will impact this next slide, and the slides as we allocate dollars, is that we are allocating some of these on a 2-year grant basis. So the reason that the fiscal year, our most recent fiscal year was as high as it was is we did grant some 2-year grants that are going to be primarily counted in fiscal year 24, or that's how they are accounted for. So when you look at these dollars, this is what's been allocated. And then we have unexpended funds. So we may allocate, but we have a large percentage that are not fully allocated. And I can give you some examples. You know, we allocated $3.5 million to JAG-K, and they expended $1.9 million. So it's still a significant amount of money, but they're not spending the full amount they requested and allocated. The JCAB requests from our local communities were granted $5 million, only 3.7 were expended. And there was a family engagement initiative that requested $1.25 million, and they expended $258,000. So we're trying to get the money out there, and I think it's like anything else. They are estimating how many folks they will have to serve within their juvenile offender population. It just doesn't always work out the same way that they had planned. And also within this, there is $2 million that's reserved every year for those juvenile crisis centers, which we've yet to have anyone take advantage of. As stated, we did allocate the $15 million through the rolling grants. And I feel like this has been a very successful program. All right, unexpended funds. In the previous years, we've seen a notable amount of unexpended funds. I mentioned, we brought in 2 additional staff to manage the granting process, to walk folks that aren't as familiar with the process through the process so that they can be successful in obtaining the funds and providing the local services within their community. So now, kind of just into the accounting piece. So this was our balance. This is the projection for 2025. So 52,500,000 basic beginning balance, 37 approved allocations. But remember, if we only spend about half of our approved allocations, that bottom line is going to go up by about 18,000 if it's like it was last year. So the bottom line won't be 15,000. My lawyer math tells me it will be about 33,000 or 34,000. And that's kind of what we're dealing with. And that's important when I show you this next slide, because we have to base it upon the assumption that folks will spend what we allocate. But since that hasn't been the case, so when we look at the projections, the fund would be in the red, or in this case, in the peach, there by 2028. But the reality is we'll probably be pushed out farther than that because we're allocating but not spending. So I hope that makes sense. I went into the law because I didn't like math, and so I hope that makes sense for you all. Okay, so this just talks about what I just said there. And with that, I'll give you my contact information on behalf of our coordinator, Matt Billinger, who's here, and our Vice Chair, Stephanie Springer. That is our presentation on our written report that we provided for you earlier this month. So I know that's a lot of information. It's kind of like drinking from a fire hose, but you guys are probably used to that. It's what you do all the time. So I'll stand for any questions that you all might have.
Thank you, Don. Appreciate the thorough presentation. So tell me a little bit about, you said there's a balance, and that's a running balance, and you intend to
So
expend and allocate that, but
well, we have a running balance, and I'll try to get back to that slide. Let me get to, oh, sorry. I don't want to see that guy on the screen.
I think that would be slide number 28, I think, or 27. Sort of 24 through 28 there. So, and these are quarterly allocations that you're making now, since it's a quarterly rolling grant basis.
Well, we're still accounting on a yearly basis. We've put in place the quarterly grants. So we account for them on a yearly basis. So let me get to some of those slides so we can talk about it. And I may rely on Matt, or there's some other folks here who are a lot better at that part than I am. Okay, so as we look at this, these are the allocations recommended. We get about 13.5 million to start every year. That's the savings that rolls over each year. So we're adding that to whatever is left from the prior year. And we've had a pretty big balance, as you know. And so even though we're spending and allocating a large amount, we're not spending all that. So when you see the allocated amounts, we're struggling to, it's somewhere around 50, 60% that we don't spend. And so that is the challenge for us. So these figures you're seeing are the allocated amounts, but they're not the amounts that are spent. Does that make sense? And so that's why the account stays higher than it looks like it will, or than it is projected to be each year. So as we kind of go, see, this is the expended funds were 58%, the unexpended were 42%. I think I said that the other way when we were going along. But it's still a significant amount that 40% are not being spent. And so that means each year the rollover is bigger than expected. So that rollover, which should only be about 15.4, to which we would add 13 million or so would put us at, 28 or $29 million in the account. But the reality is we're not allocating, we're not spending all the allocations. So the number stays bigger than projected each year.
And how do you account for it not getting spent?
Well, that's a great question. I think folks are they're legitimately asking for things. There are needs within each of these communities. And then I think they're being good stewards. And if the need doesn't rise to the level they thought it would, then the money comes back into the pot, I guess.
With additional millions being added to the balance each year?
That addition, my understanding, and again, this is accounting that I don't get, but my understanding is that was approved to be coming each year due to the closing. So we're still technically saving money from not the juvenile justice system is saving money each year for not operating group homes. And that was set at about 13.5 million, 13.5 million or so a year. So I don't know at what point they decide we're no longer saving for closing those, but as long as we are saving from it, that's the amount that we start off with each year.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Dawn. Full disclosure, I sat on the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee, and I'm thankful for the work that they do, and I'm thankful to be part of the conversation. Dawn, the one question that I've had as we talk about this very issue, because it seems like word is getting out, that this fund balance continues to increase, and so I can't tell you that probably 5 different conversations I've had in the last 4 months about, ooh, can it be used for this? Ooh, can it be used for that? And this idea of pulling some out. Is it due to, is the lack of spending what's allocated due to the high standard that is required in statute? For example, as I understand, in statute, it requires it to be an evidence-based program, which actually very few youth-related programs actually rise to that level of evidence-based. Some are evidence-supported or other levels. Would a statutory change help get more resources to more kids?
I could be wrong on this, and there's people who I think know the answer. I think promising programs are also eligible, but I think, so you're right, they are rated, in terms of meeting evidence-based, then there are promising programs, and then there's a whole litany within the help community. So I'm sure that's something that could be discussed, and I think it could be helpful for funding of programs that maybe haven't been around as long and haven't been able to put their data in place yet. So yes, I think anything we do that we could free up those dollars to go to more agencies. One of the things we freed it up to go to was the JCAG, and they spent not a very large percentage. So, we work on that was an expansion because not all those youth are justice involved, and yet they were still eligible for some of those because due to a variety of factors, they may be at risk, maybe not, but they're certainly eligible for the funding, and we still had a lot of that money come back. And so, I understand that at some point when if you give us the money and we don't spend it, and then we give it to somebody and they don't spend it, if that happens year after year, we have to start looking at it critically. And I think we understand that, and we're working to try to address that issue.
Thank you. Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are there other funding mechanisms that would make sense should the approved allocations be drawn down? Because it seems like the money is allocated, it is there, it could be spent. So seeing years out projected to have a negative fund balance is definitely concerning. So I would just be curious if there's,
There were obviously the things that were available before we put the fund into place. I mean, there are other funding streams. I would say my belief on that is going to be quite a few years beyond what it is. If we keep everything the same, which I'm not saying that you will, but if you do, it'll go beyond 28. I think it would be a couple of years, 2 or 3 years past that. So that's really not answering your question, I understand. There are other funding sources available there's always federal grants, there's lots of other things available, but we were wanting to try to make sure we met specific Kansas needs through specific Kansas dollars from what we saved by closing down these group homes. So that would be a concern if it got into the red. Basically what that means is we'd still be getting the 13.5 million, but we're spending out more than 13.5 million. And so we would dip below that line.
Thank you. And just a follow-up for clarification, the approved allocations, I am assuming that those would be to programs and organizations that already do meet the standard that's set forth in statute. So it wouldn't necessarily be that they received it and then found out they weren't eligible to receive it.
Correct. It is. My understanding is primarily these are evidence-based programs that they get X number of dollars to use in the year. They meet the need within their community without spending all the dollars. So what they don't spend comes back into the kitty.
Thank you. Next, Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So based on what you said, the Juvenile Crisis Intervention Center that we're going to visit on Wednesday is not a Juvenile Crisis Intervention Center. And are they getting any money from the Evidence-Based Program Fund?
I don't know which one are you visiting?
Johnson County?
One in Johnson County.
Okay. Yes, it is not a statutory Juvenile Crisis Intervention Center. There are, and again, this is a little outside my area of expertise, but I know within the regulations for the various types of group homes, including PRTFs and hospitals, the crisis center, by statute, the one that was approved in Senate Bill 42, has a pretty high number of persons that have to be present to meet that level. So in other words, staffing becomes a big issue with that level of a facility. The facility is staying in Johnson County, I'm obviously very familiar with, but it is not the same as the statutory crisis center. So it's not receiving any monies from that fund. It serves a similar function though, and it seeks to be a 3 to 5 day, you'll hear all about it. It seeks to be a 3 to 5 day crisis intervention, kind of a cool down for, a great example that we often hear about is when you show up and 16-year-old boy is out of control. It's a single parent mother. He's put his fist through the door a few times. He's got anger issues, needs some help. He comes in, he's elevated. It's not safe for him to go home. But does he really need to be in a detention facility, or could he go to a crisis intervention center, or in this case, an emergency crisis center that we have in Johnson County? And the answer is yes, that would be appropriate. Get services in place and hopefully have the situation calm down a little bit before the child goes home, instead of having to go home within 4 hours, which is the current law.
Thank you. Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After all this conversation about money and allocating and spending, I should probably know the answer to this already, but I don't. You said that there were $2 million a year for juvenile crisis centers that no one has taken advantage of. And I guess I don't know what that money, that $2 million is to be used for what?
Well, it was to be used for whatever agency would put in place or seek to open a crisis intervention center. I mean, it could be bricks and mortar. My understanding is it could be bricks and mortar. It could be staffing. It could be whatever. Obviously, $2 million a year is not going to run a crisis center. So it would be a portion of what, I think it was designed to be, for lack of a better term, kind of seed money to get one started someplace.
If I might. Years ago in the 90s, you mentioned 1995 juvenile. I remember those days. And we were talking about, we had like 5 centers around the state. And is there a number of juvenile crisis centers that we think we need that we don't have?
I know from conversations I've been a part of, I think we've looked at 2 in Eastern and Western, like trying to divide the state. I don't know that that's what the need is. I think that was the potential to potentially have at least 2 But I don't know that I've not been made privy of anything that's assessed how many we.
So
would
someone
need.
in the center of the state wanted to open a juvenile justice crisis intervention center. Would they only be eligible for $2 million?
No, I think that's a good question. It wouldn't have to be just 2 million. 2 million is earmarked for it.
Each year.
Yes.
So has that accumulated? Could I get 10 million? I mean, I
That's a
don't
good
know.
question. I don't think so, but I think if you brought a proposal to the JJOC, it could be looked at for more than the 2 million.
Well, enough to do the facility where you said 2 million is not enough quite to do everything you need.
Well, I'm not an expert in that, but
No,
they're
but I
very,
am.
I know they're very
No,
expensive.
I agree with that thinking that it would eventually cost a lot more than that. So that's my thought. Okay, I'll listen. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate you guys are, I think, starting to kind of get to where you're using this money. The problem, I was going to say a conundrum, but yeah, there we go. I did say it right. That we have is that probably that's going to, at least by 2030, probably about 5 years now, if you were to use it all up or use the allocation every year, you would use it by maybe 2030 or something like that. And because you guys weren't using the money before and it built up for so many years, now you're allocating more than what was allocated at the very beginning to go towards it. You see what I'm saying? It was estimated it was going to be about 14 million was going to be available to be used every year. Because it wasn't used for years, now it's up there in the 50 million. And so you're able to allocate more because we want you to spend it, but eventually, like you say, it's going to run out. What is the plan when it does finally run out? Are you going to come to us and say, hey, we need additional money? Or do you think that eventually you'll get to the point where that 13 million or maybe 15 million is enough?
So I think that's the sustainability question that honestly we're working on it, and I can't tell you the answer to that right now. I mean, our goal was to be obviously at a place where we have the amount coming in, we're spending it, that meets the need. Then we got put in this situation, as you stated, where we had a surplus. Now we're seeking to spend some of that. It's not a surplus, it just wasn't spent. And so, but as you can see, there's at least a perceived need in each of these communities. Now, as they go to allocate it, or as we allocate it and then they go to spend it, they're not meeting the allocation. So, and you saw those numbers going down. So you can see that the number of juvenile offenders, particularly on the misdemeanor side, keeps dropping. And so folks are probably making their estimates based on the prior 2 or 3 years, and yet the next year it's lower. So I just think, I know it's odd to give money back. I'm glad they're doing it and not just spending it for spending's sake. And so I think it kind of points to the fidelity of the folks we're giving the money to, in that they are spending it wisely. So that's why I'd encourage you to keep it there. I think I'd be more concerned if we were spending every dollar of it. Once it built up, if it just went away, that would be concerning.
Right. That's the kind of the issue we have. And we wanted, the 52 million is a nice target out there that we don't want sitting there. But yet we also, because we've been through that several times of making sure that it doesn't get spent, but also is going to eventually get to a point where it's not there. And so maybe the perceived need and the actual need will finally kind of come together.
That's the hope,
in
yes.
5-6 years.
I think that's the hope. And I think, if we reach a point where we're doing so much on the front end, which is the goal, I think eventually, a selling point for you all might be, well, now we're so much at the front end. Let's take monies we were spending on folks in the system and spend it on strictly prevention, and keep the numbers low so we're having less crime and having less dollars. But we're not quite there yet, but we're getting there. So I'm hopeful when we look at these projections, that they'll be far enough out to where we're always a little bit ahead of it, and then we can try to get the difference between what we're spending year in, year out, and what comes in each year is going to be more aligned.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate you going to the rolling grants. I think that's helped a lot. And so thank you
Well,
for
I
doing
think,
that.
you could make a case that by doing it quarterly, we're going to send more out, and they may not spend it they should spend a higher percentage quarterly than when we give them a yearly or a 2-year grant, because there's less forecasting involved, arguably. So we'll see how that works out. That's the hope.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And just because the money's there doesn't mean it needs to be spent.
Correct. We want to spend it for the stuff when there's an actual need.
Right.
But we don't want
Meet
to be,
needs.
you don't want to be, you don't want to be punished for the fact that you're being frugal stewards of it, and the people we're sending it to are sending it back when they don't spend it.
Right, like Representative Hoffman said, that, the needs and what's allocated meet and
Yes.
funded and appropriately, and meeting the needs of the community. Wanted to follow up on one of Representative Carlin's questions about the $2 million for juvenile crisis intervention centers. It's not, it is rolled over, it's not accumulating. So it would just be the $2 million continue to roll, not 2 million, then 4, then 6, then 8, then 10. So
Yeah, and my response was, but we're not limited to 2 million. If something came to the juvenile justice oversight and we had a lot of money, we could, it could at least be a discussion that such an organization could get more than 2 million.
thank you. And then we have another question from Representative Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so as I said here, and I think about this problem, I use that term loosely, I think about what we did with the mental health system back in the 90s and how those funds were supposed to be reinvested and make their way back to our communities, and over time that dried up and went away, right? And so, I'm glad to see that this is here. I'm glad to see that these numbers continue to decline from a need requirement. The last thing I want to do is for them to disappear. It was also brought to my attention that in 23 with the House Bill 2021, addressed that promising practices. That's where that was actually added. So we're only half a year, if you will, into those funds being able to be used for promising practices and not just evidence-based, which was part of the previous requirement. So that, I think, is going to increase the spending as well. My question, do we know, or do we keep tabs on the number of requests that we get that aren't funded because they don't meet
Sure we
the
do.
requirement?
Yes, I know we do, but I
Okay.
don't have that. I'm sure we can get that.
If that would be possible, I would just be
Sure.
curious if we're getting funding requests and they're not meeting the evidence base or the promising practices, then do we need to make any changes if those are worthy causes to be funded? So thank
My
you.
understanding is the promising practices is a much larger group, and I knew I recognized that phrase from somewhere, so I'm glad it's in there already, and I thought we were working on that. And like I say, that hasn't been in place really very long at this point.
Right, yeah. Thanks to our awesome staff that keeps us on our toes with their wonderful sticky notes.
Yes.
That remind us of the things that we have done in addressing these. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Committee, do we have other questions for Dawn? So not seeing any. Thank you very much. You're from my area of the state, Johnson County, so thank you for visiting today and for the decades of service that you have provided to youth in our state. I think you said, does it predate 1999? And
Oh, yeah, it's 1990. I've been there since 1990.
wow. Well, thank you for your service to our state, sir. Appreciate it. Committee, then, we will now have an overview of the juvenile community-based services in Johnson County. So it's a lot of Johnson County being heard today. So appreciate the overview being provided by Jody Taylor, who is Deputy Director, Johnson County Juvenile Services Center. And she is going to appear by WebEx today.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and committee members. Can you see me and hear me?
We can hear you, and now we can see you. Yes. So
Okay,
please
great.
introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Thank you. My name is Jody Taylor. I am the Deputy Director for the Johnson County Juvenile Services Center. I'm going to attempt to share my screen with a brief presentation.
I'm sorry, I was conducting some committee business. Did you have a question? Okay, trying to share the screen, sorry.
Okay, can you see the PowerPoint presentation?
We can, yes.
Great, thank you very much. I just want to share our sincere gratitude for inviting us to share what we are doing here at the Juvenile Detention Center and our Juvenile Intake and Assessment Center in Johnson County. I'm going to cover some of our key areas and services that we provide to youth in JDC. And please feel free to let me know if you have any questions. Our mission here at the Juvenile Services Center is partnering with the community to advocate and provide direction, knowledge, and opportunity for youth and families, encouraging a restorative future. This photo right here is the Juvenile Detention Center. And we house our youth in detention in this building. And then one component of JIAC is located on this side of the street. This building is our Youth and Family Services Center. And so as a whole, we're the Juvenile Services Center. Over here in this building, we have our administrative staff, and then we have two pieces of our Intake and Assessment Center in here, our Notice and Agreement to Appear and our Child in Need of Care. In addition to the programs that we have here in corrections in this facility, we do have some partners in here. We have the District Attorney's Office for the Immediate Intervention Program. Then we also have two programs with Johnson County Mental Health, the Adolescent Center for Treatment and the Youth Crisis Stabilization Center. So for the Juvenile Detention Center, we are a licensed juvenile detention center in the state of Kansas by the Department for Children and Families. We are currently licensed to hold 69 youth between the ages of 10 and 17, but we're only budgeted for 40 at this time. All 40 of those beds are in the what we call Building 1, and then they are 4 housing units with 10 beds each. We have a partnership with Vital Core Health Strategies. They provide 24/7 medical service to the youth in detention. They meet with every youth that gets admitted to do a brief screen, and then within 3 days, they have to do a full physical exam. They're also doing tuberculosis testing. With our partnership with Vital Core, they have been instrumental in getting a mobile eye clinic to come on site at a minimum of twice per year for the youth in detention, which is something that we had never had in the past with previous contracted providers. We'd always had to send the youth out of the facility to be seen. We also have access to mobile x-ray for imaging, which is also very beneficial. Again, another reason to not take the youth out into the community and bring the services to us here. Vital Core has done an amazing job. They've been a great partner at ensuring the best care for the youth in our care. We also have education services provided by the Olathe School District. They provide 6 hours of education every day for youth enrolled in school. We are very fortunate to have great teaching staff. We have 3 full-time teachers, a paraeducator, and a long-term sub and admin support staff. The admin support staff plays a very critical role for educational services for the youth in detention. She is on a daily basis reaching out to homeschools, trying to determine what the youth are working on at their homeschools so that they can get the best classes in alignment with what is offered through Olathe. We have had a lot of youth even graduate successfully from high school while in detention. And so we're super proud of those youth, and we want to make it as normal as possible for them. And so we're able to do a small graduation ceremony for them. We'll invite their family in. We'll do everything with the cap and the gown, their diploma, and cake and punch too. And it's been very, very positive experience for youth and families. And another big thing about the graduation ceremonies, and something I'll get to later, is that we take photos for them, because when youth are in detention, families miss out on a lot of opportunities to take photos or see their kids change and grow depending upon the length of stay. So it's very important that we capture those memories for them. Johnson County Mental Health, we again are very, very fortunate over on the juvenile detention side. We have 2 full-time clinicians that are housed at JDC and solely support the youth in our care. They have been used from crisis management historically, and then once we were able to increase their staffing to the 2, They are able to do more individual counseling, some group therapy, some family therapy. We've got one clinician who is a phenomenal art therapy instructor. And so she brings that skill set to the youth, and they absolutely love art, anything hands-on. They are also able to do the level 1 assessments that are oftentimes court ordered. This year, with House Bill 2021, the Kansas Department of Corrections chose the the global appraisal of individual needs to make that assessment youth in detention. And so we began completing those assessments on October 1st. And if I have my numbers correct from our programs coordinator, we've done 13 assessments, and all 13 have indicated scoring for an additional mental health assessment, and 7 indicated additional substance use assessment testing screening. Let's see, a little bit about our programming. We do a lot of evidence-based programming here in Johnson County, and one that I have listed up here is decision points. And this one is really, really great in the detention setting because it's very open-ended, and you can use it for a short term or you can use it long term. And what it does is it teaches the youth to think about their actions and really stop and pause, and then trying to provide them with an alternative for that thought, action, and outcome. And so it's been very successful for the youth that we serve here. In addition to that, interactive journaling is probably the second most popular. And it is also very, very flexible for the youth. There's a variety of workbooks that they can choose from that might meet their criminogenic risk and needs. And so again, it's just very flexible for our youth because the length of stay, it varies for youth in detention. We also offer gender-specific programming. We have Boys Council and Girls Circle. And then we also have life skills that all youth can take part of. We also do activities with our youth, tons of activities. We have phenomenal youth correctional advisors. Those are our frontline staff. And they're working on anything from activities to keep them busy in the gym, whether it's a basketball tournament, pickleball. They do a lot of card games, spades tournaments. A lot of youth are very skilled at chess, and so they have chess tournaments. Anything that we can just really keep the youth busy and engaged, and so that there's not that downtime. I have on here the Center for Improving Youth Justice. I just want to share some information about that. Back in early 2020, along with the Kansas Department of Corrections, they kind of introduced us to, back then, performance-based standards, now Center for Improving Youth Justice. And they really got us involved, and it has been a great addition to JDC. So what they do is they provide a ton of best practices. They're research-based, and it drives continuous improvement in our detention facility. And so they're looking at everything from safety and security to education to food service, medical, mental health, assessment screenings, admission and release procedures. And so we just have a lot of data points that we're able to evaluate from the information that gets provided back to us from PBS. A big part of that as well is facility improvement planning. So as they're giving us data back, it's also flagging certain areas that might be areas of growth or improvement. And we just recently, in April of 2024, I nominated us for the Barbara Allen Hagen Award, and we won, and we were very excited, and there was some press about that. But what we did was we noticed that in the data coming back to us, we were not doing enough to engage families, which is very, very important, especially as youth are returning back to the community. And so we created what we called community connection events, and we are doing these quarterly, and we still do them, even though we've met our facility improvement plan. We are going to continue to do these as long as we have the funding for it. But we bring the youth and 2 members to approved visitors. It's a longer extended type of visitation, and it's usually in our gym and our Building 2 Commons. And what we do is we have them sit down and have a meal together, because we found that oftentimes that doesn't always happen in their home setting. And so we're trying to teach them those healthy skills. In addition to providing a meal, we always have them do an activity. And we've done things that the youth at first were like, we do not want to do that. We are not interested. And then them and their families and approved visitors absolutely loved it. We've done things like made photo frames, and we have painted pumpkins, and we've made garden stepping stones. And our next one is going to be football themed for the Chiefs. So we're excited. But it is just a great opportunity to share with the families the work that we're doing on the detention side as well. Here in Johnson County, we implemented positive behavior supports. I know that some folks in the room might be familiar with positive behavior interventions and supports. They're very similar. And what we did was we really focus on that positive, specific behavior that we want to see, and we teach youth the expectations. We've got these posters here all over the facility. Staff on a daily basis and even shift basis are going over lesson plans with the youth and reminding them, like, so today is Tuesday, we're on task, and how do we follow directions as we're moving about the facility? How do we follow directions in the housing unit, and what does that look like in school? So staff are modeling the behavior that we expect to see from the youth and hoping in turn that they'll engage in the same behavior. We also make sure that we are providing that positive, specific praise so that when we see that expected behavior, that they know that we see it and that we reinforce it, and then hopefully in turn they'll do it again. There is some redirection, if you will. We call them teachable moments, and it's just pulling the youth aside, just letting them know, hey, we saw this behavior, here's what we need to see change, and this is how you get it in the right direction, and we'll reinforce that behavior once we see it. For our Juvenile Intake and Assessment Center, I'll start with the offender drop-off. Like I shared before, these are youth who are being brought in to have been alleged to have committed an offense in Johnson County between the ages of 10 and 17. And this portion of our intake and assessment is actually on the detention side. It is not on the Youth and Family Services side. Our notice to appear is in the Youth and Family Services Center. And these appointments are scheduled. We've got 2 full-time and 1 part-time position that take care of these appointments. Our child in need of care and offender drop-off, I should have stated this, they're manned 24/7 so that we have the best reliability for law enforcement and we're always available to meet their needs. For child in need of care, when we built this building in 2011 in the Youth and Family Services Center, that's where we process those youth. We made this area so much better than what it has ever been because we found that these youth, unfortunately, can stay for multiple hours. It can be the middle of the night, and we wanted them to have a comfortable place to be. And so we've got this wonderful bedroom set up. There's age-appropriate bedding for birth to 17. There's games, there's movies. We have a full kitchen over there, too. Youth are often very hungry. And then we also have a storage area where we have a bunch of clothing and hygiene items that we can use for them while they're with us, and then we can also send stuff home with them or to their next placement. We also have some pre-trial supervision through our Juvenile Intake and Assessment Center. We have 2 staff that handle those cases, and it's just merely pre-trial supervision. They're waiting to be adjudicated, and our staff are monitoring them. They can only be on that pre-trial supervision for 6 months. So I know I went over everything pretty quickly. I am anticipating, if I recall, that there will be a tour to come to the Juvenile Detention Center and the Intake and Assessment Center. And so I just wanted to be able to have some time to be open for some questions from you guys. And if there's anything that you need in advance of the tour, I can get that information for you.
Thank you, Jody. Appreciate that. And yes, committee, this would be a good time if you know of questions now to ask rather than on the tour. I'm sure other questions will be generated on the tour, but if you have them now, now would be a good time. So we do have one from Representative Owens.
Thank you for joining us today, Jody. I appreciate it. I had a question on the Crisis Intervention Center. Last year, we worked with the leadership there in Johnson County of the juvenile side to change the statute for the crisis intervention centers from specifically mental health to behavioral health, with the understanding that Johnson County would be moving forward with a crisis intervention center. Can you provide us an update on that, please?
So I don't want to speak out of turn by any means. I do know that Johnson County was working on a plan and an application and proposal for that crisis intervention center. I'm not sure where it landed, but I can absolutely get you an answer.
If you would, that would be great. As we heard earlier from the JJOC, nobody has actually utilized the Crisis Intervention Center model. And it's kind of always surprised me that there's money sitting there to be utilized in counties such as Johnson County, Sedgwick County, Wyandotte, Shawnee, and many of the others that we know have a need, haven't accessed those funds. So if you would, I would truly appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the question and the follow-up. Do we have other questions? Not seeing any, then some of us will be seeing, will you be joining the tour, Jody?
Yes, ma'am.
So some of us will be seeing you on Wednesday who can attend the tour. So thank you very much for appearing today and for providing us information on the Johnson County Department of Corrections and the juvenile services there. So appreciate your testimony today. With that then, committee, we are ahead of schedule for our break, so we can go ahead and start that break now unless we have the Stephanie Uberall from the Stepping Up Initiative here. If you want to go ahead, and then we'll take a break after your presentation. And Megan Milner, if you're still here. Okay, great. Couldn't see you over there. And then we'll kind of bump everything up maybe half an hour or so if we can. And then folks can get on their way a little bit early tonight. So with that then, Stephanie, please make sure the microphone is on, introduce yourself, and welcome to committee.
It's not though. This thing works, right? Awesome. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Stephanie Uberall. I'm a Deputy Program Director with the Council of State Governments Justice Center. And I'm here to talk with you today about the Stepping Up for Youth initiative we've been leading in Kansas with KDOC, KDADS, and DCF. And today we have three main sections of our presentation. First, I'll provide an overview of the initiative, move into the key findings from the state assessment, and then share the recommendations for improvement. Because I don't have a lot of time, I'm going to skip over some of these background slides, but I kept them in there for you all. But briefly, the council.
I don't mean to cut your time short just because we're moving you up in the agenda. So I think we had you.
You have for 30 minutes. Yeah. I just mean in general. I just have a lot to cover. So I don't want to overwhelm everybody today.
For sure. But we want you to be thorough for the committee.
Appreciate
So
it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. So the Council of State Governments Justice Center is a national nonpartisan nonprofit, and we work with states and counties across the country to improve public safety. I work on our juvenile justice team, and I'm leading this initiative in partnership with our behavioral health division and at CSG. And importantly, Kansas is the first state in the nation to develop a Stepping Up initiative for young people, and we're really thrilled to partner with Kansas on this effort and build upon the success that Kansas has experienced in the adult context. So Stepping Up is a national initiative that's focused on reducing the prevalence of people with serious mental illness in jails. And the Council of State Governments Justice Center currently operates an adult-focused technical assistance center. And so
this work is building upon that. And like I said, this is a cross-systems initiative that's led by KDOC, KDADS, and DCF to support youth with behavioral health needs that either experience the justice system or are at risk of juvenile justice system involvement. And I'll talk more about the components of this initiative and how we're working to adapt it for young people. And so, like I said, the initiative goal is to improve behavioral health outcomes for young people experiencing the justice system. And we are working at both the state and the local level to work comprehensively in Kansas. And so at the state level, we conducted an assessment of policies, practices, and funding to inform state policy recommendations. And at the local level, we have a working group that's adapting the Stepping Up framework for youth to help guide counties in implementing best practices and policy changes that come out of the state work. And this local support will be facilitated through a technical assistance center that we're working to stand up in early 2025. And so there are 5 key phases of our state assessment process, and I'll talk more about some of these in the coming slides. This state work is guided by a task force that's made up of a diverse body of folks with experience with young people, ranging from elected officials, judges, agency leadership at the state and local level, law enforcement, advocates, and people with lived experience. And these are some of the guiding questions that have informed the work. So what behavioral health services are available to youth with and without justice involvement? How are behavioral health needs accounted for at the various juvenile justice system points? Are there sufficient and effective cross-system collaboration to support youth with service availability and delivery? Are resources being utilized efficiently to protect public safety and improve youth outcomes? And is data being collected and used to improve system decisions and hold public agencies and providers accountable? And so over the past year or so, we've engaged in a variety of activities to inform the state assessment. So we engaged in system mapping across 4 key agencies, so KDOC, KDADS, DCF, and OJA, to understand what state policies, funding, and quality assurance mechanisms exist at the intersection of juvenile justice and behavioral health. We also reviewed publicly available data and reports. And then we hosted listening sessions with more than 120 people across the state to gain perspective on key challenges and priority areas for improvement. And I'm doing both of these. Okay. And so we examined the key intersections of juvenile justice and behavioral health to really ensure the assessment was comprehensive. So you can see the continuum on the screen. We looked at everything from early intervention all the way through reentry from facilities. And so I'm going to share 3 key findings from the state assessment. So our first key finding is that many young people in Kansas have behavioral health needs and are pushed into the juvenile justice system to receive services rather than because they are a public safety risk. And so to share a few behavioral health indicators in Kansas, we see that youth in Kansas are struggling with their mental health, where nearly half of girls are feeling sad for 2 weeks or more, which is an indicator of depression, and that 25% of girls and 13% of boys have seriously considered suicide. And across the country, you know, we see this, that young people are often referred to the juvenile justice system in order to get the behavioral health needs met. And Kansas youth are faring a bit better than the national average, which is the gray bar, but these data are still a call to action. And then here we see that many young people in Kansas have behavioral health needs that put them at risk for needing crisis intervention services, where 9% have a substance use disorder, 13% had serious thoughts of suicide, 4% have attempted suicide, and 12% have a serious emotional disturbance. And then we found that 2/3 of youth in Kansas with a major depressive episode did not receive mental health services. So really kind of highlighting that young people don't have sufficient access to community-based services without system involvement. And then here, looking at young people involved in the juvenile justice system, we see that the vast majority of youth arrests, 77%, are for non-person related offenses. Only 5% were for violent behaviors. And then once young people are placed on probation, we see that the majority of youth have either low or moderate risk to reoffend. And given the research that demonstrates that poor public safety and youth outcomes for young people that are low or moderate risk when they're formally processed in the juvenile justice system instead of being diverted, it offers an opportunity to reflect if some of these young people might be better served through community-based diversion. Our next key finding is that Kansas lacks a coordinated statewide cross-systems network of community-based services to meet youth needs, protect public safety, and ensure resources are used efficiently. And so to start, I wanted to highlight that Kansas has a really strong foundation that can be built upon to strengthen youth behavioral health outcomes and public safety. These key elements on the screen, again, are a strong foundation and represent key areas for expansion to develop stronger statewide approaches for youth behavioral health needs. And as you'll hear, while these elements exist, many of them are not statewide or scaled or accessible to young people that have justice involvement. So throughout our listening sessions with people working on the ground with youth, we heard that there are key gaps in services for young people with behavioral health needs. Stakeholders noted that there are not comprehensive targeted services for young people with justice involvement. Like we heard today also, there's also funding that is not being maximized or spent, and that some service slots are going unused. And when services do exist, like respite, it's not scaled statewide, can have long wait lists, and eligibility criteria can exclude young people if they have justice involvement. And all of this is leaving gaps in critical services for young people with intellectual developmental disabilities, with substance use disorders, young people engaging in truancy or running away from home. And so just wanted to highlight some of the key things we heard from folks that work with young people. And then when we reviewed state statute, policies, and funding, many of those key elements I shared on the screen earlier are not statewide, and there's a lack of an intentional statewide strategy or an authority that can implement a continuum of service for youth behavioral health needs. So while there are formal working groups like the JJOC, JDI, Crossover Working Group, the Governor's Behavioral Health Council, and there are cross-system policy requirements in statute, we found there are still significant gaps in system authority, coordination, and implementation at the state and local level. And as a result of not having this intentional authority and coordination, we see gaps in services, including the types of services and youth ability to access these services. So for example, while there are CMHCs statewide, there are not dedicated youth staffing or approaches within the CMHCs, and the vast majority of young people served by the community mental health centers have a serious emotional disturbance, and many stakeholders, particularly schools, cited that there are critical gaps for young people that do not have a serious emotional disturbance. And throughout all these conversations, rural and frontier counties cited significant access issues, sharing how they were not served by their CMHC, and they did not have the resources required to meet young people's needs effectively. And so while Kansas has invested in these key elements, they're not scaled or coordinated. And we also heard from community-based organizations how they want to serve young people, especially before they have system involvement, but how much of the funding requirements are designed in ways that they can't engage in prevention work with youth. And then, to dig into the funding, we heard a little bit about this earlier, but specific around behavioral health. We know that funding is being allocated and it's not being spent and risks being returned to the state general fund. So for example, in FY23, the JCAB was allocated 5 million, but less than half was expended. Similarly, we see $1 million go unawarded for the reinvestment and collaboration grant, and nearly another $1 million was allocated by the JJOC for mental health services, but none of these funds were spent. And at the state level, there are statewide contracts, but these are not being maximized. So you can see here how nearly all of these funding streams were not expended except the sex offender services. And as a result, that means that there are slots for services for FFT, YAP, and MRT, which are all evidence-based models that are going unused. And further, importantly, Medicaid is not being utilized for evidence-based programs like MST, community crisis response, or violence interventions, or peer supports. So just really in this section wanted to highlight, that state and local coordination can be enhanced by developing a clear authority and specialized approaches for young people with behavioral health needs. And our last key finding here from the state assessment is that young people are ending up in detention or correctional facilities, which are costly due to the lack of community-based services. And there's a lack of consistency in these services they receive in the facilities. So we found that Kansas lacks a statewide approach to detention oversight, including formal alternative to detention state policies or specific behavioral health off-ramps for young people. So while Kansas has a statewide detention screening tool we heard about today and the JDAI program, JDAI only operates in select counties and there's no requirements for them to develop a formal detention alternative program. And we heard that there's been investments made in the crisis intervention centers, but these are not a formal alternative to detention for young people with behavioral health needs. And as far as state oversight of the detention centers, DCF currently licenses these based on health and safety. And next year, JDCs will be able to participate in performance-based standards with KDOC, but this is voluntary and not required. And so current licensing requirements do not include a review of data on restraints or isolation, medication management, services, or other critical behavioral health indicators. And while there is basic data collection, the detention centers reported the need for a centralized database to understand their performance. And JDC stressed that they are locally funded and that their funding is dependent upon the income of the counties they serve, which just really varies widely across the state. So in looking at how Kansas is using detention pre-adjudication, we see that while Kansas reduced the use of detention pre-adjudication, it's still 88% higher than the national average in 2021. And then to dig into young people that are detained pre-adjudication, we see that more than a third of young people are detained for non-person offenses, things like technical violations, status offenses, and more than half of young people were detained for person offenses. And then when we look at young people placed in KJCC, we see that almost 2/3 of youth in KJCC have low and moderate risk to reoffend. So while the majority of youth that were committed have engaged in a person offense, many of the youth committed are also low and moderate risk. So just an area for further examination to see if behavioral health reasons are driving this. And then we see that young people in KJCC have very significant behavioral health needs. 77% have a mental health diagnosis. 43% require individualized treatment plans, 41% are taking psychotropic medications, and stakeholders noted that many young people did not receive early interventions to stop the escalation of behaviors and needs and keep them out of such facilities. And then lastly, in this section, we found that there's a lack of state policies and funding to ensure youth maintain continuity of care while they're in detention and then when they leave KJCC. So there is a lack of a statewide policy to ensure that the mental health centers can see their clients when they are detained, as now when youth enter detention, their Medicaid is suspended, which prevents the CMHCs from having a pay source. In 2025, there will be a new Medicaid requirement around reentry planning for young people leaving any juvenile justice facility, including detention and KJCC. And there's an option to keep Medicaid on while youth are detained pre-disposition. But regardless of how Kansas proceeds with the Medicaid option, recent legislation required KDOC to ensure behavioral health service screenings and supports while young people are in detention. But this will also vary by facility. And then, while youth receive behavioral health supports while they're in KJCC, many young people face obstacles when they return to the community. So for example, in statute, only some youth are required to receive aftercare, and that's based on offense and not need. Stakeholders also discuss that many young people are released without proper care and supports, and they cycle back into KJCC as a result of not having their behavioral health needs met in the community. And generally, folks stress the importance of reentry planning and the need for this to be improved. And then lastly, this last section here, I want to talk about the recommendations that the task force voted on Thursday last week. So after we presented the key findings in September, we drafted a set of policy recommendations that responded to the key findings from the state assessment. These included large-scale improvements along with more agency-specific discrete items. And these were then presented to the core agencies who reviewed, vetted, and prioritized recommendations. This includes Secretary Zamuda, Secretary Howard, Chief Justice Luckard, and additional leadership from each agency. And then we shared this list with the task force, and like I said, they voted on Thursday, and all 10 items were approved, which is really exciting. And so today I will share some of these recommendations with you. So as I mentioned, we have two large-scale improvement efforts, which are more detailed than what's on the screen here, obviously. Both of these will be a collaborative process among the agencies and will require about a year of planning to ensure that we're developing intentional solutions. For both of these, we're exploring an executive order with the governor's office to ensure we're holding ourselves accountable and we're not just meeting for meeting's sake. And both of the two large-scale items will end with a plan that includes recommended statutory and administrative changes, funding changes and requests, agency staffing allocations, and strategies and a schedule for implementation. So our first large-scale item is to develop an early intervention system for young people. And this large-scale change will be led by KDADS in collaboration with DCF, KDOC, OJA, KDHE, KSDE, and other stakeholders. And the three main goals of this effort are to strengthen cross-systems coordination on crisis intervention, assessment, case management, service delivery, and data collection, including developing a clear authority for a statewide system. The second goal is to scale and strengthen existing and new community-based interventions statewide, including leveraging and coordinating the various funding streams like Medicaid, the state and federal funding, and also to reduce the court involvement for low-risk youth and young people that commit status offenses. And the third is to address the gaps in capacity and the workforce to ensure sufficient services, especially in rural and frontier counties. The second large-scale improvement is focused on establishing statewide detention standards and quality assurance supports, and KDOC will lead this effort in collaboration with DCF, KDADS, KDHE, KSD, and the juvenile detention centers. And the goals of this are to ensure detention is only used for young people that are a public safety or a flight risk, and that young people who are placed in detention receive the services and supports they need to reduce their risk of reoffending. and for detention facilities across the state to adopt a minimum set of best practice standards and receive sufficient training and support while maintaining local autonomy and discretion. So this includes establishing a statewide oversight structure, developing detention best practice standards around screenings and assessment, education, behavior management, family engagement, and reentry planning, and leveraging Medicaid and ensuring there are alternative to detention plans in place. And then moving into some of the more discrete recommendations, I have on the screen 4 of these recommendations. There are a few others that are focused on data and information sharing and trainings. And so the first of these 4 substantive ones is to adopt the mental health intervention team program into statute. The MHIT program is currently in proviso, and this would position MHIT to be more sustainable. During our listening sessions, MHIT was reported just really high satisfaction across all of our stakeholders. And what MHIT does is it brings mental health supports into the schools. The second on the screen is to standardize the immediate intervention plan across the state. You heard a little bit earlier about how IIP is a diversion policy for young people that commit first-time misdemeanors. We heard there in our listening sessions, there's significant variation in IIP across the state, including that some counties do not implement this, even though it's required in statute. The third on the screen is to establish behavioral health caseloads and contracts for young people under community supervision with KDOC and OJA. And this would really help us tailor supervision strategies for young people with behavioral health needs and provide templates for jurisdictions on how to spend and leverage available funding for these needs. I think it's important to say that of the funds we highlighted earlier, there are some jurisdictions pulling down those funds and using them for behavioral health purposes. So this would help other counties learn from each other on how to do that. And the last one here is to require multi-system care coordination team meetings for any young people where the court is considering commitment to KJCC to determine if another residential or community-based option is more appropriate to meet young people's needs and protect public safety. And now I will pause for questions about the initiative, the work to date. We are working with KDOC over the next 2 years around to support them in planning and implementation of these recommendations. And so we'll be organizing some planning teams around the 2 large-scale items, and then working to implement some of the more discrete policies.
Thank you for your very thorough presentation, and
I was trying to be fast.
you covered a lot of territory, and CHG and the Justice, or CSG, yes, and the Justice Center, looks like they've done kind of a deep dive in some regarding our youth here in Kansas and their involvement in the juvenile justice system. And I'm a mom of 4 kids. They aren't in the 10 to 17 year range anymore, but some of them are. But you know, it strikes me as just heartbreaking, the key assessment findings number 1, with the proportion of high school students who reported their own mental health challenges, and they have behavioral health needs that place them at risk. And 77% of youth arrests in Kansas were for non-person offenses, which I assume is either property or illicit use of or use of illicit drugs and things like that. So I'm wondering, was there any deep dive into any strengthening of the family, or any deep dive into what's driving all of this? And is this a recent trend? There's been a recent book that was released in 2024 about the anxious generation, and it tied a lot of the anxiety and the depression and the self-reporting needs of kids, the high school kids and younger, to social media, to the use of smartphones, rather than, you know, outside and engaging in childhood play and activity like that. So I'm just wondering, and maybe that wasn't the purpose of the assessment, but you know, are there ways we can strengthen the family kind of first without government intervention, and just something to explore?
Yeah, and I think historically, we see the juvenile justice system has been the backstop for young people with behavioral health needs. It's definitely increased since COVID. You know, young people are removed from social supports and each other, and so you're seeing spikes, but this has been trending this way for some time. When it comes to families, part of the goal of the early intervention system is to provide families a resource without system intervention. Right now, a lot of the services that are available require some type of justice involvement or child welfare involvement. And so really want to make these accessible to families when they're in crisis. The research shows that, you know, sometimes young people only need like 1 or 2 intervention points. They don't need ongoing therapy, depending on the severity of whatever's going on for them and their family, and also the importance of family engagement throughout any type of service delivery and not treating the child as an individual. You know, they operate in a family system, and so that's why it's really important for some of these like evidence-based models or models that have these key components that involve the families, like family functional therapy, multisystemic therapy, to really work the family unit and provide parents the supports they need to, you know, parent and engage with their child in a healthy way. So as we work to develop the early intervention system, that's a critical focus, is like where are resources for families without arrest or without like DCF involvement. So, you know, earlier we saw the JIAC numbers, like the juvenile assessment intake, that's like 10,000 kids a year. For example, DCF just stood up like a family helpline and it had less than 400 calls over the year. So when parents are still calling 911, right, when they're in a crisis with their kid. So how do we shift that? And then how do we also make sure that if a child is involved in the justice system or the child welfare system, that those local actors know about other resources. So for example, DCF has these family resource centers that they've stood up. I think there's about 10 of them across the state, but none of our juvenile justice stakeholders knew about those. And that's, you know, again, like how do we coordinate, create like information sharing, not just with the community, but amongst the system stakeholders as well.
Right, I did see in your slide number 20 that the finding was that Kansas has a strong foundation that can be enhanced, and some of the items of that strong foundation or the family helpline that you mentioned, you know, call that possibly rather than 911 if it's appropriate. If it's a 911 situation, please dial 911. The family resource centers is another point there also. So just some things to think about. And then the funding for all this would be, are you thinking it's?
So part of what we're going to do during this planning year is to map out what funds currently exist. And we've done some of the system mapping, but to just, you know, be a little bit more thorough is map the various state level funding streams along with how Medicaid is currently being leveraged. So like I mentioned, Medicaid is not being leveraged for some evidence-based programs, and we really want to really maximize use of Medicaid because that's a sustainable funding source. So we're bringing KDHE into the conversation to really kind of map that out with them. And a lot of this, like I said, is funded, it's just not scaled statewide. So how do we look to leverage existing funding? Do we need additional funding? All of that will be explored during this planning year that KDADS will lead in that early intervention system planning.
Thank you. And then Senator Fausto, and then Representative Hoy, and then Representative Smith.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. And your question led this wonderful presenter into sharing the information you shared, the Joint Committee on Child Welfare, we just met last week. A couple of the other members on this committee are on that committee too, and the Secretary of DCF. We kind of talked about this issue of how children in DCF foster care kind of overlap with the juvenile detention centers. And so there is maybe, I'm not going to say, so perhaps you should ask the Secretary of DCF if some of the money that's there for Family First can be kind of intertwined to keep the children out of the detention centers, foster care, and, Madam Chair, it also addresses the mental health issues. And we just talked about that. So, and then, Madam Chair, thank you. And can I ask, Madam Chair, is she the new Randy Bowman?
No, I work for the
Oh,
Council of State Governments Justice Center, but
Oh,
I met Randy on Zoom.
she's from CSG.
Yeah.
oh,
So I'm an
okay. Thank you,
external,
Madam
yeah.
Chair.
But I think to your point, we worked with Secretary Howard on this as well. And we are exploring how Family First can be leveraged, and also for when young people commit status offenses, things like running away, truancy, being incorrigible, developing specialized approaches within DCF to serve those young people and really think about leveraging the family preservation and as like a model for early intervention with those families so they don't end up in the child welfare system.
Thank you. Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this informative presentation. I'm looking on page 17 at the youth arrests, and while it is great to see those decreasing, I do notice that the arrest for violent crime is increasing. And over the summer at the Midwest Conference, with the CSG Justice Center, we did see information about youth homicides generally increasing nationwide over the past decade, and that gun homicides and suicides are the leading cause of death for our children. So there's the one side of the justice initiatives, and the other, unfortunately, is that a lot of the victims of these crimes are also youth and also children. And so I'm wondering, is this initiative looking into that component as well, and any sort of violence intervention type programming, building on the family and having a culture of safety in the home as well?
Yeah. So violence obviously comes up whenever we talk about young people that are involved in the justice system. And there are approaches that really view violence as a public health crisis, in addition to a public safety concern. So when we think about supports young people need and the trauma and the victimization of young people that are involved in violence, like this folds into that. So how do we ensure that there are specialized approaches for young people that are involved in violence when they're on probation or when they're reentering from KJCC? Whenever I talk with young people in a state facility, they're like, this is really great to learn this stuff, but like I need support when I go home, right? And so a lot of the time that reentry planning really doesn't take into consideration even the young person's safety concerns when they return to the community. And we see that homicide is higher for young people when they return from a facility compared to their peers in the community. So it just speaks to the need for this. So even other states have utilized Medicaid to pay for violence intervention programs for both like conflict mediation, but then also for victim support. So it's something we're going to talk with KDHE more about when we build that partnership around the early intervention, but also thinking about the reentry supports for young people coming home from facilities.
Thank you. And a follow-up on specifically to leveraging Medicaid and maximizing Medicaid funding. When we were discussing, this was a couple years ago in K-12 budget, our mental health pilot program that's been very successful, some of the issues of why some of the funds were not being used is because of our workforce in Kansas, and there weren't enough licensed psychotherapists to be able to actually provide the services. So maybe the funding is there, but the workforce is not. Is that part of this, or what specifically? I mean, since we don't have Medicaid expansion and one of those 10 states, are you seeing that in the other states that have not expanded Medicaid?
So staffing is a crisis across the country when it comes to this kind of work. And that's part of our goal in the early intervention large scale improvement, is to really map out who is needed at each point, because not every kid needs a licensed psychotherapist either, right? Like there are peers and mentors, you can have social workers, there's all the like tiering of staff. And so how do we really ensure that young people have access to like the variety of supports that they need? Because, you know, when we met with a lot of the providers, they're not utilizing peers, they're not utilizing like culturally aligned approaches. So all of this, you know, and there's a lot of research that shows that those things are really effective with young people. Like kids love their mentors, right? And nobody likes therapy. And so it's just, you know, how do we create a continuum of supports for young people? And the staffing is it's a national crisis. And so it's something that we're going to look at when we develop the early intervention system.
Thank you. Representative Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very thorough, even if you think you skipped over things.
You should have seen my first draft.
So, yeah, right. So, you know, one thing some of you in here will recognize my question that I normally give to the Executive Director of Kansas Sentencing Commission, but it's based upon the idea that we draw conclusions based on some of the statistics that we have. And sometimes you can put statistics together to make decisions happen when the statistics maybe had variables you should have looked at a little closer. So I'm not questioning that, but moreover, on what brought this question up was your slide number 27 on page 14 in our handout. In Kansas 2021, the youth pre-adjudication detention rate was 61 per 100,000. All right, so I look at that and I think to myself, but we brought that down. Why are we detaining youth, right? So what this fails to give us is why. Why were these individuals detained? Then you look down at the bar graph below it and you see that non-person misdemeanors and other crimes are being used to detain these. So what that says to me in my experience in law enforcement, my experience there is you don't normally detain someone just because they stole a pack of cigarettes. But if they stole a pack of cigarettes after last week you got them for stealing a car and they beat their mom up in between, that pack of cigarettes may be your opportunity to, let's get him locked down. He's going to get out of hand, right? And maybe that was a little dramatic, but it happens. So when we look at a statistic for why that individual was detained, it was over a pack of cigarettes. That's what it's going to look like. Or the individual or our prisons are holding so many low drug felony individuals. So how many of them were pled down? How many of them came from a multiple charge? And that's the one that they say is he was being held for. So those are the kind of things that we have to dig down, drill down a little bit. So when I see that detention rate of 61 per 100,000, do we have any numbers to support what we're looking at for why they're being detained and you know, in pre-adjudication, it would be so hard to grab all the statistics or variables that put that child in that place, right?
So these data are data that Kansas reported to OJJDP, the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention. And there's more data behind these. These were just like summary slides. So I can find that information. I think kind of this folds into the conversation that Don was sharing earlier about the validation of the detention screening tool, right? So not just looking at the offenses that young people are committing, but also, you know, what tools are we utilizing to inform our decision making? And given that wasn't validated, it's an opportunity to kind of like dig more into these data and then also look at the research around what's proven around when a young person should be held in detention and what those indicators are and marry them together. And that's something we will explore and work on during the second large scale improvement around detention standards. So, you know, some states are state run, right? And everybody's doing the same thing. Others are locally run, and Kansas is a locally run state. So this provides us an opportunity to set a ground floor so that all detention facilities are doing similar things around important items. And then, you know, they can still have autonomy and discretion around others. But I think that kind of speaks your question around like what precisely are these data talking about, like presents an opportunity for that second large scale change around the detention work that we can look into and see.
The thing I become probably makes me question more is the idea that how do we capture how many of these folks were put in and because they reoffended, right? During pre-adjudication, they had reoffended. Are we looking at that? Are we making that comparison with those states that don't do that, who don't detain? How many of those children are reoffending because they're not in detention? I'm not saying that's a solve-all. I'm not at all trying to put this as a panacea. But is it that our detention rates are causing problems, or our detention rates are then holding, not recidivism, well, even recidivism and reoffense during pre-adjudication, right?
And
Does
there's,
that make sense? I'm
yes,
kind of,
and
okay.
because there's research around that, especially with young people that are engaged in violence, that, you know, their incarceration actually like can prevent their own homicide, right? But we also know that detention harms young people. And so, you know, we want to make sure that we're only using such stringent measures with young people that really are a serious risk to public safety. So your example of like stealing cigarettes and things like that, like this is part of the idea of how do we have alternative to detention models that still hold young people accountable, right? This young person is still going through the court process, but are there alternative measures so we're not holding them in such, you know, I would say they can be really tough environments, right? And with a range of young people that are in there, but we're still monitoring them. We're still making sure that they have access to services and supports while they're going through the court process. And that's part of the work of the detention statewide standards, because right now there aren't any formal to alternative to detention model. So it's either you're going in or you're out. And like, then what, right? So how do we have in between, especially for young people that are engaging in lower level stuff, even if it's repeat, right? I'm repeating the same misdemeanor over and over. Okay, like something has to happen with this kid, but like maybe this like secure facility is not the best option. So it's trying to, again, create like a continuum of options that keeps the community safe and it's not causing any further harm to young people that don't need to be held in that kind of environment.
Thank you. Committee, any other questions? Not seeing any. Well, again, thank you for your very thorough presentation and for
Very much.
joining us from the Council of State Governments. For those who don't recognize the CSG acronym there, and safe travels. So I appreciate your work here. Thank you.
So
And
much for having me.
you bet. Thank you for your testimony. Committee, that puts us now for a 15-minute break. So why don't we reconvene at 3:45 and we'll stand in recess till then. Thank you. Thank you for joining us again, and we are back from our recess and with our last presenter today. She has been at the podium before, however, Megan Milner, Deputy Secretary of Juvenile and Adult Community-Based Services with the Kansas Department of Corrections. Welcome back, Megan. Please reintroduce yourself and welcome back.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, thank you for having me back this afternoon. I'm Megan Milner, Deputy Secretary with the Kansas Department of Corrections. And this afternoon, I will be providing some updates on the Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex, as well as a few updates on House Bill 2021 implementation so far. You heard about that or some of that just a little bit ago. The Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex, or as I am going to probably refer to them throughout the presentation, KJCC, just because it's easier and shorter. KJCC is the state's only post-disposition secure facility for males and females who are adjudicated by Kansas courts as juvenile offenders. In Kansas, youth as young as 10 years of age and up to 17 years of age may be adjudicated as juvenile offenders. The Kansas law allows the Department of Corrections to retain custody of a youth in a juvenile correctional facility up to the age of 22 and a half if the sentence from the court dictates that. I will note that Senate Bill 367, which we've spoken a lot about this afternoon, modified statute to reflect the rebuttal presumption that youth ages 10 to 13 be diverted from the juvenile correctional facility to a community-based placement. So those youth are still eligible for admission into KJCC if the court demonstrates certain criteria demonstrating those youth are a public safety risk and would be better served in the juvenile correctional facility. And KJCC also serves youthful offenders who are youth under the age of 18 who have been convicted of an offense in adult criminal court. These residents remain at KJCC until their 18th birthday when they transfer to one of our adult correctional facilities. But while they are at KJCC, they have access to the same services and programs as every other youth at the facility. Today, I believe we have 2 youthful offenders at the facility, so it's actually a pretty small part of the population at KJCC. The facility employs approximately 275 staff, and this includes contract staff like medical contractors, school contractors, and food service. We have seen a pretty good, this slide is a little hard to see up here, but we have seen a pretty good decrease in the population at KJCC since about 2014 when our population was about 278, 280, right around there. It has continued to decline over the years. You can see the green bar that notes when Senate Bill 367 was passed, and we've continued to decline since then. We've seen a little bit of an increase in the population over this calendar year with a high in July of 2024 with a total of 189 residents at the facility at that time, which was the highest since about 2018. Continuing to talk about the population at KJCC, 90% of youth are 16 years of age and older, and 53% of youth are 18 years of age and older. So KJCC is truly working with a young adult population there at the facility, and this becomes particularly important when you talk about what programs and services are needed at the facility to address the needs of the youth who are there. More information about the population at KJCC. This first graph depicts, sorry, did I do that? I think I hit something. I hit a different button on here. I apologize. The first graph shows the racial demographics at KJCC. The second graph there shows the length of stay for male and female youth. I do want to talk about that female length of stay there because looking at this graph, it is disproportionately longer than the males. We have 7 females at KJCC today. So when you have one female who has a much longer sentence, it really throws off that average, which is actually the case right now. We have one young lady at the facility that has a pretty long sentence, and so it's throwing off that average. If we removed that sentence from this data, it would very much mirror what you see for the male population, which is roughly a little over a year is the average length of stay. In Kansas, we use the Youth Level of Service Case Management Inventory as our risk need assessment. This tool helps us to determine a youth's risk to recidivate or the likelihood that they will commit another crime. And that then helps us target certain interventions for those youth. You'll see here that a little over 90% of youth are moderate to high risk. One of the things I want to mention particularly about this graph is that if you were to look at this graph about 8 or 9 years ago, it would look very different before the passage of Senate Bill 367 when our state was incarcerating a much higher percentage of low-risk youth. So prior to our juvenile justice reform, we had a lot of low-risk youth who were being committed by courts to the juvenile correctional facility. So we've seen this shift over the past several years, which better aligns us with evidence-based practices that says secure facilities like KJCC, which are at the very deep end of the juvenile justice system, really should be reserved for the highest risk youth who pose the most risk to public safety. And then I also want to point out some mental health data for the youth at KJCC. That's been a theme this afternoon, talking about behavioral health needs of youth. You will see here that the majority of youth would be what we call a level 1 mental health youth, which means that they're generally stable. They do not require psychotropic medications or have significant mental health symptoms. Sorry about that. But if you look at level 2 and 3 youth, this is almost 40% of youth at KJCC. These youth require individual treatment plans. They require more intensive contacts with their behavioral health clinicians. They are likely requiring some kind of psychotropic medication as well. Because KJCC is the state's only juvenile correctional facility, they of course take admissions from all across the state. And this is just a visual of where those admissions are coming from. 60%, a little over 60% of admissions come from 3 counties in Kansas: Sedgwick County, Wyandotte, Johnson counties. This kind of makes sense because they're also some of our most populous counties in the state, but that is where a little over 60% of our admissions come from. I've mentioned a little bit about what admissions looked like prior to Senate Bill 367. Again, prior to our juvenile justice reform, as a state, it was still statutorily authorized to admit a youth to KJCC on a misdemeanor offense. And so our juvenile justice reform thankfully changed that in 2016, so youth can only be committed to the juvenile correctional facility if they have a committing offense that is a felony. And so on here, you'll see those top 5 committing offenses at the juvenile facility. KJCC offers a wide variety of programs to address the needs of youth, with a priority to try and address the whole individual. And so trying to provide programs and services that meet the needs in a wide variety of domains of a youth's life. I'm not going to go over every single one of these programs on here, but I will highlight a couple. And of course, I'm free to answer questions if you have questions about some of these specifically. KJCC is licensed as an outpatient substance abuse treatment center. Additionally, KJCC offers family therapy through our behavioral health contractor who's at the facility. They have a family therapist there at the facility. And then a recent partnership with the Kansas Children's Discovery Center has been pretty valuable for KJCC, our residents, and for our staff. The Kansas Children's Discovery Center has brought so far a couple of times, they've brought on site their mobile unit, and our residents who are also parents have an opportunity to have playtime and bonding time and just spend time eating and doing parenting things with their own children there at the facility. So we're really excited about that partnership. It's been really great. That's what the picture is there from one of those events. The facility contracts with Smoky Hill Education Service Center out of Salina, Kansas for our educational services. At our school, which is called Lawrence Gardner High School. They are neither associated with the city of Lawrence or Gardner, strangely enough. Lawrence Gardner was actually a former principal decades ago at this school, so that's where that name comes from. We work with the Kansas Department of Education on accreditation, and residents have the option to earn both a high school diploma or a GED. A little over a decade ago, we developed a partnership with the Washburn Institute of Technology, and this has provided some really incredible experiences for young people at KJCC. Washburn Institute of Technology provides on-site instructors who are there at KJCC in our school, and they provide a wide variety of certification programs, including OSHA certification, electrical, carpentry, and welding certification programs. And then we also have an on-site program from Jobs for America's Graduates, or JAG-K. I think we might be one of the first JAG programs to operate inside of a juvenile correctional facility. We are very grateful for a partnership that we developed with the Department of Commerce a couple of years ago. KJCC is funding a commerce position that is officed or stationed at KJCC, and this Department of Commerce employee has access to both our state systems and data systems and the Department of Commerce network. And this individual provides job preparation classes, mock interviews, connection to workforce centers, connection to employers in the community, and then also helps set up job interviews for youth, at KJCC. Additionally, we recently started a culinary program at KJCC. This is operated by our food contractor, which is Aramark. It's called the Into Work program. And in October of '24, we had our first graduates from that program. That is also the picture there that you see. In this program, students are able to learn kitchen basics, food service management, and they're able to earn a certificate that is recognized throughout the food and restaurant industry. (2024) Senate Bill 420 amended statute to allow the Secretary of Corrections to establish a work release program or an educational release program for juveniles. This is the first time in, I think, a couple of decades, certainly in the length of time that I've worked for the department, that juveniles at KJCC will have an opportunity such as this to experience work or education in a community-based setting while still receiving structure from the juvenile correctional facility staff. So to plan for this, KJCC has created a work group of staff to develop policies and procedures around this process and is working with our department leadership to finalize those. We're trying to be very methodical about how we do this. One, because it's new, and two, because we want to do it in a very safe way. So some of the different criteria that we're looking at that would make a youth eligible for this type of a release program would be, we'll take into consideration the offense that they're at KJCC on, behavioral adjustment at the facility, program participation, risk level, and a few other components. This has not been fully implemented yet because we're really trying to work out the details of the policies and procedures. But I know that this has been an area of interest for a lot of people, so we will make sure that we keep this committee for sure updated on the progress. I would be missing out on some things if I didn't mention our staff at KJCC. So there's a few pictures here. We've got a great group of individuals who are just really committed to not only providing a safe and secure facility for residents who are admitted there, but also to giving youth an opportunity to learn and to grow. And so we're very proud of our staff out there. I would even go so far as to say they're the heart and soul of, of KJCC. Our vacancy rate there, thankfully with the raises that the legislature and the governor's office approved for Department of Corrections employees over the last couple of years, that's really improved our vacancy rate at KJCC. We're sitting right around 9% uniformed vacancies, which is a pretty drastic improvement from the pandemic. So lastly, I wanted to provide you with a few updates on House Bill 2021 and our implementation efforts so far. This bill sought to increase collaboration between agencies and enhance community access to evidence-based programs and services. So one of the components of this bill allows foster care agencies to refer a child in need of care youth to services in the juvenile justice system if they are exhibiting certain behaviors that could lead to juvenile offender charges, and they qualify for a referral based on an evidence-based risk need assessment that was selected by the Department for Children and Families, and the tool that they chose was the CAFIS. So this was fully implemented about a year ago. I believe it was last October or November that this was fully implemented, and we started receiving referrals and accepting child in need of care youth into those programs that are provided by our community corrections agencies. When we started this work, we put together a work group of Department of Corrections employees, DCF, community corrections, and then foster care case management agencies to sort of work through some of the details that were involved in this. That work group has continued to meet for quite a while to troubleshoot and to answer questions and any other details that need to be worked out as we've been learning about this process in our communities. I do have a little bit of data for you today about those referrals. The one note I will make is I am very confident standing here today that there's some data missing from this, that I don't think we're getting all of the data reported to us. But I will share with you that of the data that has been reported to us, there have been 49 referrals from the foster care case management agencies to community corrections. Of those 49 referrals, 35 of them were accepted or approved for services through the community corrections agencies, which means 14 of them were denied. Some of the reasons for denial were a youth moved out of that jurisdiction. there was a different level of service that was needed for that youth. So for instance, if a referral was received for mental health services, those are not services that the Community Corrections Agency provides. That would be a more appropriate referral to a community mental health center. So that's what I mean by that. Or there wasn't a program that was available to meet that need of the youth. So we continue to work together with the other agencies involved to collaborate on this and to make sure that kids are receiving services when they need them in our state. Additionally, House Bill 2021 requires that the Secretary of Corrections make sure that there is a risk need assessment that's implemented in juvenile detention centers, followed by a case plan within an identified period, and access to behavioral health services for youth who are in those juvenile detention centers. I think someone mentioned earlier today, the tool that we selected was, it's called the GAIN, which is the Global Assessment of Individual Needs tool, and it assesses specifically a youth's need for mental health and substance abuse services. Additionally, grants were released to the juvenile detention centers to help fund the behavioral health services. Those grants came out of the evidence-based programs account. The GAIN was implemented October 1, so they started using it October 1 of this year. So just in about a month's time frame, across the state, we had 119 youth who were screened. Of those 119 youth, 96 of them were recommended to have a full-blown mental health evaluation based on their need. 81 of them were referred for services and 34 of them received services. I do want to note that there's a wide variety of reasons why a youth might not have received services before they left the detention centers. One may be that they refused, because they do have the right to refuse those services. Also, our detention centers in Kansas don't always have the advantage that KJCC has. KJCC knows when a youth is leaving their facility. Our detention centers do not always have that information of how long a youth will be at the facility. And so it is possible that a youth exited the facility before they had an opportunity to participate in services. So again, of those 119 youth who received the GAIN assessment, I covered the mental health. So of those 119 youth, 65 of them were recommended to receive a full-blown substance abuse evaluation. 54 of them were referred, and 14 of them received those services prior to exiting the juvenile detention facility. So that's just in 1 month's time frame across the state. KDOC continues to provide technical assistance to the juvenile detention centers, and we meet with them probably monthly, maybe every other month, just to make sure that they have the support that they need as they're implementing these services. I did have a couple of quotes that I wanted to read to you from a couple of our juvenile detention center staff when we were asking for feedback about how is this process going. And I just thought it might be nice for you to hear these quotes. So one of our detention centers said, "I am grateful that we have this resource for kids. Without sounding too Pollyanna, I feel like this House bill could ultimately save lives. I have one right now that scored very high for substance use. He is able to get immediate services while he is here for both substance use disorder and mental health. For this reason, I'm excited to be a part of something that could start healing kids." And then one of our other detention center directors said that family engagement and House Bill 2021 is the path forward for juvenile rehabilitation. So I just wanted to make sure that I shared that with you all, especially because you were very instrumental in this change in our juvenile detention centers. We have talked a lot about the rolling grants, so I won't go into too much detail, but that was also a part of House Bill 2021. The purpose of those being to make sure that funds are accessible in a more realistic time frame for grantees. And as you heard earlier, so far we've awarded over $4 million in those rolling grants. Lastly, House Bill 2021 requires that the Secretary of Corrections develop a system for the confidential exchange of data between youth serving systems. This one is moving along a little slower because also as you've heard today, almost every agency that is involved in this is doing some kind of work around a new data management system. So the Office of Judicial Administration has Odyssey. The Kansas Department of Corrections has Athena that we're getting ready to roll out our final phase. And then the Department for Children and Families is just embarking on finding a new data management system. So that has posed a few challenges with trying to get our systems to talk to one another. In the meantime, I will tell you that our agencies have signed memorandums of understanding for data sharing and information sharing, and that data exchange is happening. We have challenges regarding matching kids up between systems, but the data exchange is occurring. I think that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you again, Megan, for a thorough presentation, and thank you for sharing the direct quotes from some of the staff. We heard there's a lot of heart and soul there, which is good. I mean, these are for the kids, and I like it that this really helps start healing kids, and that's what House Bill 2021 in particular was meant to do, and we're glad it's having that impact. And I have a couple of questions, but we'll open it up to members first if there are any questions. So, seeing any, I do have a couple questions on the KJCC program, slide 9 in your presentation. What is dialectal behavioral therapy and what is moral recognition therapy?
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. Dialectical behavioral therapy, also called DBT, is a form of therapy that is traditionally used or most effective with individuals who have experienced prolonged exposure to trauma. It teaches emotional regulation skills. Moral recognition therapy is a moral reasoning course that youth are able to participate in. So a lot of times in our field, we focus on cognitive behavioral interventions that target how you think and what you think in order to change behavior. And so moral recognition therapy is the moral reasoning part of that, the decision-making process, and it's a group that our youth are able to go to.
Can you give an example of how you would use that as you make decisions as a result of the moral recognition therapy?
So one of the areas that we see a particular deficit in with the justice-involved population in general is empathy. And that skill of being able to place myself into someone else's shoes, so to speak, and understand how my actions not only just impacted me, but impact the behavior of those around me. And so in this group, youth are presented with a wide variety of scenarios that then they work through as a group to try to build skills of empathy and other skills.
Thank you. It's
yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I hadn't heard about those types of therapy before, so thank you for explaining. And committee, are there any other questions? All right, seeing none, then you've presented a very thorough presentation today. Thank you for your time all day today in committee. I know you've been here with us today, and thank you very much for coming over. And committee, on your payment voucher, you'll need to indicate whether you're going to attend the tour or not, whether you're going to be here for all 3 days or not. So make sure that you clarify that rather than just sign it if you're not going to be able to join us on the tour. So with that, we don't have any other presentations. We don't have any further items on the agenda. And we're going to save our discussion for recommendations and the report from the committee until the conclusion of our work tomorrow, unless we want to get into some of that today. So tomorrow will be a long day. We're starting at 9, not 10, but we do have breaks built in. So we'll go ahead and stick to our agenda that we have for today. And with that, then, we will see you tomorrow for committee, and we are adjourned.